You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. Post and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown, Colts.
Slant, caught, touchdown, Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands.
Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, the key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the key and youtube.com/Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. We've got a full slate of action of Major League Baseball on a Tuesday. No game bigger than tonight. 7:20 Eastern, Atlanta Braves are at home against the Chicago Cubs. Elder versus Justin Steele. Atlanta -135 on the money line. The over-under is 9.5. Atlanta Braves' magic number to clinch home field advantage throughout the playoffs is down to 3. Dodgers are at the Rockies at 3:10, first part of a doubleheader. They'll play at 3:10 Eastern, and the day-night doubleheader continues at 8:40. That series is in Colorado, a 4-game stint in 3 days. Other games of note around Major League Baseball as the last week of the season winds down. Reds are at the Guardians, Hunter Green versus Lucas Giolito. Reds need to be darn near perfect as they are sitting 3 games out in the loss column for the wild card. Nats are at the Orioles, Gray versus Bradish. Baltimore -250 over under 7.5. Yankees are at the Blue Jays, Michael King on the bump versus Kevin Gausman. The Marlins are at the Mets, Garrett versus Lucchesi. Miami -130 over under 7.5. Diamondbacks 7:40 Eastern tonight at the Chicago White Sox. Zach Davies versus Urena. Rangers are at the Angels 9:38 Eastern. Bradford versus Detmer. Texas -165 on the money line. Over under is 9. And the Astros are at the Mariners. A battle of the AL West supremacy. Christian Javier versus George Kirby. Seattle -130 over under 7.5. Swifties went out in full force this week. Taylor Swift's trip to Kansas City to see Travis Kelce play football Sunday didn't just have the internet talking nonstop. After the 12-time Grammy winner's appearance at Arrowhead Stadium, jersey sales for the All-Pro tight end skyrocketed. According to sportswear and fan merchandise company Fanatics, Kelsey's jersey was one of the top 5 for the NFL on Sunday. He saw nearly a 400% spike in jersey sales throughout the Fanatics network of sales. Swift's attendance also had a notable impact on television ratings, as Fox's Sports announced Tuesday that the game drew 24.3 million viewers, making it the weekend's most-watched NFL contest. And under intense pressure to address their quarterback situation, the New York Jets will sign veteran free agent Trevor Siemian to the practice squad pending a physical. Siemian, 31 years old, was released by the Bengals in the preseason and joins Zach Wilson and Tim Boyles as the only quarterbacks in the Jets quarterback room. The move comes 2 days after another poor performance by Zach Wilson. Wilson will start Sunday. It's a Sunday night game versus Taylor Swift's Kansas City Chiefs, but Siemian gives them a quarterback with starting experience for down the road. The New York Jets are reeling because Aaron Rodgers went down with an Achilles tear on the 4th play of the season. Wilson came off the bench to help the Jets to an overtime victory versus the Bills, but the offense has generated only 3 touchdowns in nearly 3 full games with him at quarterback. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump cup. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Well, then again, I don't. What is more obnoxious, that Travis Kelce's jersey sales went up 400%, or that the Oakland A's gave a recovering alcoholic a bottle of wine?
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man. Yeah, the armchair.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Hope you are having a great afternoon as your Atlanta Braves are back in action. Took us a little while, but we are back again. And the Atlanta Braves will be taking on the Chicago Cubs. Doug is on the way. Going to be talking some football. Going to talk some National League wild card. Joey's on the way. He's only going to get one chance, so he wants to talk about how the Colts are in first place. So let him bask in the sun while it still lasts. And you're going to talk a lot about the world of football, as well as baseball. Is obviously baseball is taking center stage now as it is winding down the final few games of the season. And Atlanta's magic number, if you missed the intro, the magic number for your Atlanta Braves is now 3. So 3 is where we are at, and we are looking forward to hopefully clinching that on this in this series against Chicago. It would be nice to get some help from some Rockies and some Nationals, but you can't really plan on those teams doing a whole hell of a lot. So I'm going to go with Braves need to go out there and win this series. And if they win this series, then they can probably clinch it, because you got to figure you're going to get help a little bit on the other side. If not, we'll clinch it this weekend at home. Now, a lot of things are going on, and one of the main things that everybody's kind of bugging out about is what in the hell are we going to do come playoff time, because the Atlanta Braves obviously are going to be in a world of trouble when you talk about how we're going to set that line up and all that kind of stuff. And look, went over that earlier. Essentially, I still believe, and it's weird, I was listening to a local Atlanta radio station that covers a lot of Braves stuff, and they had their Braves guy on there, and he was talking about the upcoming series, and I won't put his name on blast because I don't know why he doesn't know this, but anyways, that's why you come here, right? The Atlanta Braves are not going to need a fourth pitcher. We have the days off built in. We are not going to need a fourth pitcher in that first round. So it's not really the end of the world that you're not. Now, look, you want Charlie Morton as that third pitcher. Obviously, he's been the best of the bunch, but it's not going to be a deal breaker. Look, if the Braves don't win that first round, you can't put that all on some injury to Charlie Morton. Braves need to go out there and play their game with that offense and that starting pitching that they're going to have with Strider and Fried in a 5-game series. They'll have them for those 5 games. And then that middle game, game 3 in Philadelphia, you just got to try to figure it out. You're going to go into it'll be a version of a bullpen game, but that's essentially what we're going to be looking at with the Braves going forward. As far as tonight's game and the series, wanted to touch on that a little bit, because tonight's game, you've got the Cubs coming into town. The Cubs are playing for something. The Cubs are trying to get into the wild card. We're going to get into the NL wild card here in a second, but the Cubs are playing for something. We've got Elder on the mound versus Steele. The biggest thing that I want to see, okay, if you remember, this was a matchup in Chicago earlier in the year, and Steele got the better. Elder was terrible. He was absolutely awful in Chicago, and he was awful his last time out. And though you'll see the 12-4 and 3.63 ERA, and all that sounds great, but he hasn't been consistent, and he's got to keep those walks down. He had 5 walks his last time out, so he's got to keep the free passes to a very minimum. And I think we get the win tonight. And if you look at the series going forward, tomorrow night is 7:20 as well. We're going to have all 4 games, the first 4 games of the week are going to be right here on Braves Country Radio HD. Find us on YouTube today. They're all 7:20 first pitches. They're all at home. 3 are against the Cubs and 1's against the Nationals. The weekend, we're playing that by ear. We got to see how Atlanta stacks up. Are the games important? If not, a lot of folks are going to tune out with all the football on, and then we're just going to play that by ear. We also could bring you a game on Sunday that may have something to do with the playoff implications, but really waiting to see what's available. If it's really just seeding, then there's not a whole lot of interest. But if it's a situation where a top-tier team could get knocked out, and there's a lot of possibilities for that, we may bring you that game. The Braves have not. Now, the Cubs are going to send Tyon out tomorrow. Braves should be able to score some runs on Tyon, but Atlanta has not announced a game 2 starter as of yet. They've kind of left it up in the air. Game 3 of the series, it's Stroman. And depending on what they can get from Stroman, I'm not sure he's 100% stretched out yet, but he's at least going to be opening the game for the Cubs. And the Braves, once again, have not quite nailed down a starter. So tonight's game, Steele on the mound. My pick to click, I'm going to have to go with let's go with Ronald Acuna Jr. Let's go with Ronald Acuna Jr. He needs to get them stolen bases. Can we get a couple of stolen bases tonight and get him to the 40-70 club, and then we can really put him on cruise control the rest of the week? Give me Ronald Acuna Jr., and I'm going to take the Braves. Look, the over-under is actually kind of high tonight for a Braves game, because typically the Atlanta Braves, they keep their over-unders typically around the 8.5, 9 area. It's 9.5 tonight. So Vegas is expecting runs. I'm expecting runs because Steele and Elder both looked terrible their last time out. So let me get the Braves to win this one just over that mark. I'll take Atlanta to win this one 6-4. I'm hoping it's more like an 8-4, 9-4, and you really get rolling. But I'm going to take them 6-4. Look, the Cubs are a good team. They're going to score some runs. The Braves are going to have to match those runs. And there you have that. Atlanta, they go into this series, and it is going to have to be an absolute must that you don't go stumbling in down the stretch at the end of the season. The last thing that you want to do, stumbling into the postseason, losing 2 or 3 to the Cubs, maybe winning the Washington series, but at that point your backups are in. Let's not play that game. I want to see them win the series against Chicago. You can never expect a sweep. It'd be really asinine to expect a sweep, considering that we're playing a team that very well could be in the playoffs. And I would like to see them win at least the Friday game and the Saturday game against Washington. The Sunday one, it's probably not going to mean a whole lot, and there's not going to be a lot of pitching out there. I do think you're going to get the batters back quite a bit on Sunday, at least a couple of, because we're going to have another week off. If you're going to have another week off, you want to make sure that these guys go into it ready to rock. The last thing that we want is a stale offense going into the beginning of the playoffs, especially considering where we're at in our pitching. We need to make sure that when we go into the playoffs and those first 2 games are at home to whoever it's against, whether it's Philadelphia or someone else upsets them, you need to hold serve. Get your home field advantage. You fought all year for it. Don't lose it. Hold serve. Win those first 2 games. You go back to Philly, then all the pressure's on them, and all you have to do is scratch out one more win. You either win on the road in Philly, or you bring it home with Max Fried or Spencer Strider on the hill in a Game 5. And I will take my chances with that any day. But the Braves have got to hold serve. It's enough of this junk where we're limping in towards the playoffs. They won 3 or 4 in Washington. That's great. But let's face it, Washington's not a very good team. This is a better litmus test. This kind of gets you ready for October. And I feel like this is going to have an October feel tonight because Chicago normally brings a lot of fans out into Atlanta. Not as many as they used to. They used to flood the damn place before they opened up Truist Park. But still, they'll have a lot of fans out there. It's going to have an October feel. And there is a degree of urgency with the Cubs because they have not locked anything up. So it's a very good litmus test for the Braves. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, Doug is in the bullpen. We're going to talk that National League wild card and a lot more, including what is going on in the AFC West. Denver? Did Denver turn into a high school team when we weren't looking? We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Today.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
That's a joke, boy. You missed it. Went right past you. You gotta keep on your toes.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limit, hearing, full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Sit short. I'm not playing your stupid game.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're listening to WQEE in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. Welcome back. How goes it, Mr. Doug? How are you today, sir?
I'm doing good, but as far as my back's against the wall this week, this whole 5 games left, and our backs are against the wall.
Well, when you don't take care of the Pirates, you kind of do it to yourself, don't you?
Yeah, but I could say the same thing for the Cubs. Couldn't do it either. Pirates have been playing spoiler against everybody.
It would be a different situation if some team got scalding hot and that's what knocked you out. But when you play bad baseball, I don't think anybody that gets left out this year in the National League wild card, they've done it to themselves. The only team that's played what I would consider good baseball down the stretch is the Phillies. They've been solid,
Right.
you know, which is why they've got such a big lead, and they're going to host a first round series. And I really think there became a point where the Philly front office probably looked at it as, you know, let's not burn ourselves out like the Braves did trying to catch someone like the Mets last year. Let's just make sure that we get the first round at home. We take care of that. Then we'll take our chances going forward. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's man, I really wanted to see Ellie De La Cruz and that young team in the playoffs, but it's getting increasingly difficult.
Well, they got 5 games left. They have to win all 5.
Yeah, I would say 4-1 is the worst you could go, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you got Philly. What Philly? If they win tonight, I mean, they officially clinched their playoff berth tonight. So
Philly's in. They're 5 games.
They're in.
They're 5 games. Those teams have 6 games left. Their magic number is 1. They would have to lose, but wouldn't just have to lose. 3 teams would have to get scalding hot, right?
Yeah.
So it's over. Philly's going to win. Philly's also going to host. They have 69 losses. Arizona and Chicago both have 74. And Cincinnati, well, I'll put it this way. Cincinnati can't catch Philly.
Oh, God, no.
So mark that off. I'm talking about mathematically.
Yeah.
Miami could technically catch them, although I don't know who has the wild card there. I mean, the tiebreaker. But they're not going to catch them. So the only 2 teams that could conceivably catch Philadelphia to have the top seed in the wild card round, or the top wild card seed, Arizona and Chicago. But that's not happening. I mean, Philly's going to lose 6 in a row. Arizona's going to win, 6 in a row. Hell, Arizona is at home against the Astros this weekend, and the Astros are fighting for something. So what we're looking at here, your best bet to make the playoffs, along with probably winning all your games left. You only have 5, like you said. It's 2 in Cleveland
and 3 in St. Louis.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you go Tuesday night, Wednesday night in Cleveland. And I'm sorry, but you've got to start managing these like Game 7 of the World Series. Meaning, damn it all to hell, just throw your entire bullpen at every game.
That's what we've been doing that pretty much all season. I mean, early on in the season, we had success with our bullpen. Now that bullpen is just garbage. I mean, it's worn out. And that's one reason we've been dropping games. I mean, our starters are gone. We've been leaning on our bullpen. Any starters we have, they only can pitch 4. They can't pitch a complete game. You can't get them through to the 6th inning. So we lean on our bullpen, and our bullpen is just, that's the problem. They're worn out.
You got Hunter Green going against Giolito tonight. Hunter Green's got to come through with a big start. He's got to have a quality start. They should be able to put runs on Giolito.
Yeah.
And Cleveland's done, so there's no excuse there, right?
Exactly. Unless Jonathan India wants to go ahead and commit 2 errors in the 6th inning and have Cleveland nitpick us against, like we did against Minnesota and the Pirates. Everybody's got to play, because even our starters, even people like India and others.
This one, Doug. Listen to this matchup. if you're a Reds fan hoping for help, the Diamondbacks are in Chicago tonight.
Yeah.
Zach Davies is going on the hill for Arizona, which is a plus because he's 2-5 with the 6.81 ERA. Okay, fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Jose Urena is on the other side. God, I remember when he was pretty good, man. It's only been a few years. He was the guy that was always hitting Acuna back when he played for Miami.
Yeah.
So it couldn't happen to a better guy for his career to actually absolutely fall off the planet. I'm fine with it. He's 0-6 with a 7.27 ERA.
Yep.
Yeesh.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking across, okay, and so the only other teams that you're really worried about, if you're from the Reds' perspective, is you're looking at the Cubs. Justin Steele's on the mound tonight. He looked terrible the other night in Chicago. He gave up, I think it was 6 runs in 8 hits in 3 innings against the Pirates, if memory serves me correct.
Yep.
And then he's going up against Elder in Atlanta. So normally you would think, okay, that's pretty good. But Elder was awful last time he went out. He had 5 walks he gave up. And Steele got the better of Elder in Chicago earlier this year. So now that was a weird outing for Elder, but it really started the unraveling of him not being able to find the strike zone. And I just honestly think the guy's at this point is in the season where he's a young guy and he's not used to this. I think I don't want to call it dead arm necessarily, but I do think the wear and tear is starting to work on him. And then the other team, I guess, that you're looking at the Marlins, Braxton Garrett on the hill versus the Mets. It looks like the Mets possibly like a bullpen game is what it looks like.
Yeah.
And so you got to, I know it's coach speak and it sounds like a cliche, but you got to take it one day at a time. So the key tonight is to get that damn win. But I'm just saying that they can't look at it as, well, you got to take it to the level of we're about to be eliminated. We're down 0-3 in a series kind of mentality, right? In other words, the first sign of trouble, go get that pitcher, whoever it is, whether it's Hunter Green or if it's a guy in the bullpen later on. Because there's no tomorrow, because if you lose tonight, there's a very, 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 very good chance it's over.
Yep.
And then, of course, you're hoping for help. The one thing I will tell you this, as bad as they are, the New York Mets have owned the Marlins in New York. Whatever the hell the deal is, even when New York's not been that great, the Mets have owned them. So, and I do believe that Showalter's probably getting fired, but he probably doesn't think he's getting fired. So he's coaching for his job right now. I mean, when I see on Saturday morning we're talking about this, are the Reds still in it?
I say, yeah. I say yes, they will. When I see Saturday, they'll still be in it. It'll come down to playing the Cardinals.
It's in St. Louis, and that's an easy. I would assume that Green's going to go on short rest, and I mean not short rest, but they're going to skip someone in the rotation. In other words, if they're still in it, Hunter Green will go today, and he'll go Sunday.
Yes.
Outside of that, looking at these baseball playoffs, if you were to get in, you're most likely going to grab that last seed and you're going to face Milwaukee. How do you feel that you match up against Milwaukee?
I hate to say, but terrible. I've said the Brewers live rent-free in the Reds. Whether the Reds are playing well or bad, the Brewers are that bugaboo, witchy team that we just seem not to be able to get past. I mean, we came out of the All-Star. We had to play them 9 times coming out of the All-Star, and we could only manage one win against them. We just we can play everybody else in baseball well, but we cannot, no matter what's going on. I hate to say it, but I'd rather, I wish we were a higher seed. I'd rather play the Phillies.
You'd rather play the Phillies?
You have to, I say that just because how bad we play against the Brewers, no matter whether we're playing well or not. They're just kryptonite for our team. That's why I say that.
Hey, you know the Reds better than I do. That's fair, but I can't believe you say that you rather, because to me, just to a man, I would much rather play the Brewers, considering their lack of offense, than the Philadelphia Phillies.
I completely understand that, and to any outsider looking at it, I would agree with you. But it's just how bad, no matter what we play against the Brewers.
You're saying that they're that one team that you can't beat. All right, fair enough.
Exactly.
I can't wait for this to all find the dust to settle.
I know.
And I know you may not feel that way, because if you're left out, then your season's over, right? But come on over to Braves country, Doug. We can always use an extra body during the postseason, right?
Hey, that's always the script. When the Reds fail, let's go down to Atlanta. No problems there.
What I'm excited about is I can't wait to see who the matchups are on both sides. I mean, this is going to be a fun postseason.
Yeah, it is.
If you just look at it and say, okay, the season ended today, and obviously there's a lot to take care of, but let's say the season ended today, these would be your wild card round matchups. Arizona would be at Philadelphia. Man, I really hope the Cubs, I hate saying this because the Cubs are playing the Braves next 3 games, so it's hard for me to even pull for the Cubs, but somehow I want Arizona to fall flat on their face. I want the Cubs to get in there, go up against the Phillies, because I think that would be a fun series. A lot of media attention on that. Chicago, Philadelphia, just the whole 9 yards. That would be a fun series. If you could get, although I've heard Philly fans, you know who they say the one team they don't want to face? And it's kind of like what you're talking about, team living rent-free in your head. They say the Marlins give them a pain, or just a pain. It's hard for me to believe that, just because the Braves own the Marlins, right?
Yeah.
We got swept down in Miami a couple of weeks ago, but that was literally a hangover. They had just clinched the division, and everybody was still, woohoo! Yosemite Sam in the streets, shooting off fireworks and everything. But let's say you get it. It starts today, Arizona versus Philly. That's still a fun series, because the offensive output that Arizona can put out, and you just never know. Arizona's one of those young teams. They don't know they don't belong, right? Yeah. They're like, hey, let's go. It would be fun to watch Patrick Corbin and company score some runs and put a scare into Philadelphia. If that were to happen, Chicago Cubs against the Brewers, and you talk about an old school rivalry, right? Or I guess it's a newer, but it's geographically, it's a great rivalry.
Yes.
It was really dumb that for years the Brewers weren't in the Cubs division, but and then you go to the American League. What a mess this hot potato is. It's like nobody wants the West. But right now it looks like Tampa Bay is going to host the Toronto Blue Jays. And I want that. I am pulling for that more than anything else, because that would be a fun series. The offense in that series, holy crap. I mean, that would just be a fun series. And Toronto, look, you don't want to face Toronto in a 3-game series. As good as Tampa Bay's been, Toronto's starting to play really good baseball. They've won 7 of their last 10.
Yep.
Toronto versus Tampa Bay would be fun. Tampa Bay could, and we could get this, if Toronto kind of fell down a little bit, it could be Houston in the first round in Tampa Bay. How wild would that be? And I guarantee you Baltimore Orioles fans want that, because they're like, eliminate one of them bums, get them out now, right?
Yeah.
And then over in the actual AL West standings, It's crazy, but one of these teams is getting eliminated. Texas has gotten scalding hot. They have once, I mean, they are literally spotting dimes and eating onions. I use that term a lot. It's the old Costanza line. I don't know what to expect. You're spotting. They are in the middle of a 6-game winning streak. That was just before a 4-game losing streak, which was just before a 5-game winning streak. But Houston and Seattle have lost 7 of the last 10 respectively. And right now, if you look at the West, how the West will be won, it looks like it'll probably be Texas. They are up 3 games in the loss column on Houston and 4 on Seattle.
Yeah.
So it's looking more, and Houston and Seattle are playing each other this week. Now, the one thing that Seattle could do, Seattle could get hot, and Texas. So they lost the first game, but Seattle has a couple more games against Houston. Seattle, they could get hot, win the next 2 games against the Astros, and then Texas, who's at the, and they need some help. They need some help. The terrible Angels, but the Angels are at home against Texas. They need Texas. They need the Angels to win that series.
Oh,
and if they can take 2 or 3, I know it's not looking great.
No,
Seattle wins the next 2. The series ends in Seattle against Texas. I know it's not likely, but when you look at the way it plays out to end the season, the Texas Rangers are in Seattle. Or actually, all you really need, you know what you need if you're Seattle? You need the Angels to win one of the next 2 games. It's a 4-game series in Seattle. So the Mariners at that point, the Mariners, I mean, I'm sorry, Mariner fans, you're kind of in the red spot. You almost can't absorb a loss. And if you do, it better be to Houston one of the next 2 days, because you almost need a 4-game sweep of the Rangers.
Yeah, but what are the odds? I personally, I just think the Angels are shut down for business. I think they're just basically a moving target. I don't think they care.
But that's usually the team that's scary, right? That's usually the team, like the Pirates. They're the team you're like, oh, geez, this team doesn't give a crap. But they know that if they win tonight, it's going to be all over SportsCenter.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm with you as far as the pitching matchups don't look great either.
No.
But you just have to hope against hope. If you were a Seattle Mariners fan, because what's more likely to you? They go out and win. Talking about the Mariners. Is it more likely that the Mariners win the next 2 games against Houston, or that the Angels split with the Rangers?
Ooh, wow.
Because I really think you need one of those.
Yeah, you do need one of those. Wow.
I'm going to give you the pitching matchups real quick. Before you give me that answer, I'm going to give you the pitching matchups. You ready?
Okay. All right.
Tonight, in Los Angeles, Reed Detmers, who's actually not a bad pitcher, versus Corey Bradford, who's kind of that's almost like a glorified bullpen game.
Mm-hmm.
When Bradford goes out, they expect him to get through the lineup maybe twice. George Kirby's on the bump for the Mariners. Christian Javier, who does pitch well on the road, but he's going for the Astros.
Right.
What a great matchup that is.
That's a fantastic matchup.
By the way, for folks who don't have the MLB package, that is a late night game. It will be on TBS. So you will be able to watch that if you want to stay up and watch some baseball. I am watching some baseball tonight. I could be up kind of early, but not as early as I normally do. So I'm planning on locking in. Okay. Tomorrow, which also, by the way, for good news for Seattle fans, that means that if there is a meaningful game on Sunday, George Kirby will go for you, which is huge.
Yes.
And it also means that Christian Javier would go for the Astros versus Arizona. All right, tomorrow. Oof, here he goes. Here we go. Here's where it gets sticky, Mariner fans. Framber Valdez versus Miller. It's you got a bunch of puncher's chance. The other side, Dane Dunning, man, he has been up and down. He does have a 3.88 ERA, but he has had some bad outings the last back half of the season. He's going up against Griffin Canning, and Griffin Canning is a sneaky 7-7 with a 4.39 ERA. He's actually manages to pitch. I don't think he's got great stuff, but he manages to pitch well.
Yeah.
So there you have it. So is it more likely Seattle wins the next two, or they split and they get some help from the Angels, and that goes.
After thinking about, I almost say that Seattle splits and gets help from the Angels in that one game.
Because I'm looking at it right now, and if you look at the standings the way they are, they're sitting there. You know, that may be out of honestly, if you look at this logically, I know things can happen, but if you look at it logically, unless Seattle wins their next 6 games, there's not much of a chance of them winning that division. They almost have to focus on getting that wild card, which means you have to, and if that's the case, you have to treat the next 2 games against Houston as a playoff type situation and figure out Texas as you go. Because Texas, if they win the next 2 games in Los Angeles, that division's all but over.
Yeah.
And then we start resting guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
See who would have the Texas will get the bye over Minnesota. So Texas is probably trying to push that gas pedal down to make sure that they get these W's. But point is, when they leave Seattle, Houston, right now they have they're 1 loss in front of Seattle. When they leave Seattle tomorrow night, I'm sorry, but Seattle, you've got to win the next 2 games. Because you can't let Houston go to Arizona and only need a win, maybe 2, to knock you out. You're a half game. I guess technically they're a game and a half behind Houston, but that'll get made up on Thursday.
Yeah.
Oof, oof, oof.
Yeah. I honestly with Seattle,
I've been pulling for Seattle, but I'm sorry that glass slipper might be turning into a pumpkin.
Yeah, they're not gonna leave Houston. They're not gonna take both games. I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
I'm not even sure if that's the right analogy. I just started thinking about that. I was like, wait a minute, what? But anyways, the glass slipper's broken. They're gonna have to get wildly hot. They need to win the next 2 against Houston. And then with them having 4 against Texas, but they're at home, and Houston being at Arizona, who's fighting for their own wild card.
They're almost in this kind of the same position as the Reds is in theirs. They're going to have, like the Reds are going to have to take 4 out of the 5. They're going to have to take 5 out of the last 6 if they don't take the 2 with Houston. They're going to have to probably win out.
Now here's the funny thing: they've lost 4 in a row. Texas has won 6 in a row. We all know how baseball works, and these teams have played in waves this year. Seattle, if you've got one last charge in you, this is it, man. You could not lose tonight and think that you have a real chance.
Yep.
Because if you lose tonight, I think Houston would load it up, especially with Framber Valdez on the mound tomorrow night.
Yeah.
If they lose tonight, they would be then 2 games in the loss column behind Houston, right? With Framber Valdez on the mound tomorrow, Dusty Baker could treat that as a wild card 1-game play-in type thing where it's like, dude, if we beat them tonight, it is over. They are not catching us. So this game becomes paramount because if you drop this game, then you literally have to win 5 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable. Okay, let's go ahead and switch gears real quick and go into the National Football League. By the way, did you catch any college football this weekend?
Oh, boy, did I ever. I sat there and watched Alabama make a fool out of me with putting my eggs in that one basket. I had egg all over my face by the time I was done watching that game.
Let's get into some football. I've got a funny stat for you.
What's that?
I don't know if it's funny. It's funny to me. Do you know Lane Kiffin, in his entire coaching career, is 1 in 19. 1 win, 19 wins. 19 losses, excuse me. Against Power 5 teams that finish in the top 25. That finish.
Oh, wow.
Now, look, I know he's had been behind the 8 ball coaching where he's coached prior to Ole Miss. But he was at Southern Cal. And what that tells you is, I think I said top 25, top 15. Top 15. He's got 1 win his entire career. That's bad.
That is bad. May have taken some of those eggs out of the basket if I had known that.
What that tells you that some of his bigger wins in his career, we remember them winning games, but when the dust settles at the end of the year, they weren't that great of wins.
Yeah.
That offense looked terrible.
Yeah, that was
going to be a struggle, but I thought Alabama's offense would struggle. So I didn't think they were going to beat Ole Miss, but I really didn't hate your picks, your stupid underdog pick along with the lock, because I thought that game probably would come down to 1 score and you'd like to have those 7 points in your pocket. But they hit that second half and they absolutely just bulldozed them.
Yeah. I don't have the words. And then on top of that too, on a dual screen, later on watching Notre Dame lose in a heartbreaker like that on top of that. That was a dark, dark Saturday.
Now that was a great Saturday from my perspective, but
I hear you. Yeah.
I loved every minute of it. I was pulling for Notre Dame. Man, that was just an old-fashioned rock fight is what that was. Those are 2 hard-hitting defensive teams.
Yep.
And I was actually shocked that Ohio State was able to go the length of the field at the end, because it had been so difficult for both teams to mount any kind of an offensive push against those 2 defenses that I thought when Ohio State got the ball at the end, they didn't really go into prevent mode, but there's almost like this human nature that starts giving up yards because you don't want to get burned for the big one.
Yep. And
that's why I've always been a big fan of coaches that when it comes down to those kinds of situations that they still send a blitz.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying you're going to blitz on every play. Don't get psychotic about it, but I'm talking about just go out there and blitz them, because if it will throw a quarterback off. I'll tell you what, heck, I'm rewatching the replay of the FSU Clemson game right now. It's on some station, ESPN.
Now that was fun to watch, though. That was I take that back. That was the one bright spot with Saturday.
I don't know if it was fun to watch, but it was a fun outcome.
That's what I'm saying. It was the only good part of Saturday.
I had a buddy text me about that game. He's not a Florida State fan. He's actually a Gator fan. And he was asking about the game because he was stuck at work. And of course, I don't look at my phone. You know that. I don't look at my phone during games.
Right.
But after we won, I went ahead and looked at it. And he said something to the effect of, that had to be fun to watch. And I said, fun? I said, the hell you say? I said, it was exciting, but it wasn't fun. There was nothing fun about that. And, you know, the funny thing about that, and Jody and I are going to talk more about it coming up here in a bit, but Florida State did not play their best game anywhere close to. And they found a way to get through. But I do believe Jordan Travis is injured. He gutted it out, and I give him credit. But he is on RPOs. He is handing the ball off when they're crashing the line, and they're crashing the line because they know he's not going to run it. And at that point, you either have to get rid of the RPO or you got to set him down.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of the RPO is the threat that the quarterback's going to take off. You can't use him as a dummy, as a decoy, if he never runs.
Yeah.
There were plays Saturday where you could see that he had an opportunity to take off and get about 10 to 15 yards because the defense was in coverage. And he was trying to squeeze something off his back foot, fading out of bounds because he doesn't want to take a hit. And he got popped the week before, and I just don't think he's right. Now, they got a bye week. They'll have a chance to get him healthy, and then they play a couple of games that they probably don't need the RPO in, but they got to get that dude healthy. And what I'm saying is, if you got to, man, set the dude down for the Virginia Tech game, sit him down for the Syracuse game, let the two backups fight it out and get him healthy for that stretch run. Anyways, real quick, National Football League, because we're going to come up on time here in a second. The AFC West. I mean, what a disaster the Denver Broncos have turned into.
It is bad to see a team just quit. They scored. Denver just sat there and quit. And they quit early.
They did. You're right. I don't even know what I can't even defend it because it's an absolute disaster.
Yeah, no sense of discipline or anything.
And surprisingly enough, offensive coordinator, they really need to think about getting rid of him.
Yeah,
because the holes were like this damn wide. I've never seen anything like that in an NFL game.
I was watching one of I always pronounce his name wrong. No surprise. A-Chain or however you pronounce his name. He ran through a line where I didn't even see a Denver defensive player at all. It was like there was nobody on the field. It's like he ran for a touchdown and they ran and got a hot dog. There was like nobody.
Like the runs last night with Tampa Bay, gashed by Swift in Philadelphia. The difference is you kind of expect that from Philadelphia, right? You kind of expect Philadelphia to gash Tampa Bay. You don't expect the Broncos defense, which was one of the top defenses in the league last year, to get gashed like that on the running game from the Miami Dolphins. If you told me that Tua threw for 600 yards and they scored 70, I was like, all right, well, heck, Tyreek Hill must have had himself a day. They were gashing them on the ground.
4 touchdowns. 2 of them like nobody was on the field. I haven't seen them. I've never seen it.
You talk about the dumpster bowl. How about this weekend? You got Chicago versus Denver. Woo!
I almost give Chicago a chance now.
I don't know. I don't know. Man.
I know. I'm being facetious, but
I made some bad decisions and have too many shares of Justin Fields. And I still don't feel like I can start him. So I'm like, whatever, dude. I'll put someone else out there.
Yeah.
Real quick on your Raiders.
It's
a tough loss, but how do you feel all in all?
It's time for some change. One thing I'm telling you right now, I want to see the rookie play. What Garoppolo just throwing ducks and stones all over the place. I don't have words. I haven't seen bad quarterback, especially out of him. That's the worst I've ever seen Garoppolo play for anybody in 5 years. That was just hideous. That was just like I couldn't take too much.
I will trade you right now. You can have either have Ritter long term in for send Garoppolo to Atlanta, or you can have Tannehill. Either way, I will trade you right now because trust me, my friend, my quarterback situations are much worse than yours.
Oh, look, Raider Nation wants Joyce McClown gone. I mean, there are screams for his head at this point. I mean, people were at the game and we were talking online about it. I missed Derek Carr watching that game. I'm like, you might as well have just kept Derek Carr in there. Why did you go? You did all this just to bring your boy in. Yeah. You said, he said last year Derek Carr, the season was bad, because of him. So you brought in Garoppolo. You said he was your guy. And it's worse. It's worse than last year. And the Raiders overall in that game, they made Pittsburgh's offense look good.
You know what they need to do? If they can figure out the numbers, trade Garoppolo to the Jets, start over and fire the entire coaching staff, tank, and go get Williams.
That was the whole that's a rumor mill going around. Not only go tank at Caleb Williams, go get that coach, get his coach too. Bring them both over. Fire what's his name?
Got a jam.
Okay.
What's your walk off?
Walk off. Sad moment with the Reds. It was just want to say Joey voted that'll probably be his last home game for the Reds. Thanks for a good career. I don't think he'll be back next year. So.
Oh, and they're not home this weekend. Oh,
and they're not home for any of the last games. So
I'll have to go back and try to catch some video of that. All right, brother. We'll see you Saturday.
All right. See you then.
We will be back in a flash. Joey's jumping into the bullpen, and we got a lot to talk about. A little time to do it. We'll be back.
Armchair.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Got a full slate of action of Major League Baseball on a Tuesday. No game bigger than tonight. 7:20 Eastern, Atlanta Braves are at home against the Chicago Cubs. Elder versus Justin Steele. Atlanta -135 on the money line. The over-under is 9.5. Atlanta Braves' magic number to clinch home field advantage throughout the playoffs is down to 3. Dodgers are at the Rockies at 3:10. First part of a doubleheader. They'll play at 3:10 Eastern, and the day-night doubleheader continues at 8:40. That series is in Colorado, a 4-game stint in 3 days. Other games of note around Major League Baseball as the last week of the season winds down. Reds are at the Guardians, Hunter Green versus Lucas Giolito. Reds need to be darn near perfect as they are sitting 3 games out in the loss column for the wild card. Nats are at the Orioles, Gray versus Bradish. Baltimore -250, over under 7.5. Yankees are at the Blue Jays, Michael King on the bump versus Kevin Gausman. The Marlins are at the Mets, Garrett versus Lucchesi. Miami -130, over under 7.5. Diamondbacks 7:40 Eastern tonight at the Chicago White Sox. Zach Davies versus Urena. Rangers are at the Angels 9:38 Eastern. Bradford versus Detmer. Texas -165 on the money line. Over under is 9. And the Astros are at the Mariners. A battle of the AL West supremacy. Christian Javier versus George Kirby. Seattle -130, over under 7.5. Swifties went out in full force this week. Taylor Swift's trip to Kansas City to see Travis Kelce play football Sunday didn't just have the internet talking nonstop. After the 12-time Grammy winner's appearance at Arrowhead Stadium, jersey sales for the All-Pro tight end skyrocketed. According to sportswear and fan merchandise company Fanatics, Kelsey's jersey was one of the top 5 for the NFL on Sunday. He saw nearly a 400% spike in jersey sales throughout the Fanatics network of sales. Swift's attendance also had a notable impact on television ratings, as Fox's Sports announced Tuesday that the game drew 24.3 million viewers, making it the weekend's most-watched NFL contest. And under intense pressure to address their quarterback situation, the New York Jets will sign veteran free agent Trevor Siemian to the practice squad pending a physical. Siemian, 31 years old, was released by the Bengals in the preseason and joins Zach Wilson and Tim Boyles as the only quarterbacks in the Jets quarterback room. The move comes 2 days after another poor performance by Zach Wilson. Wilson will start Sunday. It's a Sunday night game versus Taylor Swift's Kansas City Chiefs, but Siemian gives them a quarterback with starting experience for down the road. The New York Jets are reeling because Aaron Rodgers went down with an Achilles tear on the 4th play of the season. Wilson came off the bench to help the Jets to an overtime victory versus the Bills, but the offense has generated only 3 touchdowns in nearly 3 full games with him at quarterback. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Welcome back. I was wondering if you were going to do the chop with me today. Joey, about to get his season chopped down. How are you, sir?
That's exactly what I don't want to happen, of course. But yes, no, this is going to be a really intriguing series. Obviously, I wish the Braves had a little less to play for, and in terms of having, the World Series and the National League completely wrapped up. But hey, Cubs got to go out there and they got to do their business.
If the Giants would have had a pulse, man, because the Giants lost 3 or 4 to the Dodgers this weekend. And if they would have had a pulse, this thing would be all but wrapped up starting tonight. And they wouldn't be as concerned. But the magic number today is 3. Now, Colorado leads the Dodgers 3-0 they're heading to the 4th. So if that score holds, I'm not going to say that they're going to, necessarily go out and not give it their best tonight, but you don't have quite that, because I still contend it's more important to have the best record in the Dodgers over the Dodgers in the National League than to worry about what Baltimore's doing.
Yep.
Because I don't think Baltimore's making it. And I would be willing to bet that the Braves brass is probably going, that pitching's going to get through the gauntlet of the American League. I don't know.
Mm-mm.
I would love to see Baltimore make it. It would be a fun series, Atlanta-Baltimore for the World Series. I just don't think they're going to have the pitching to get through all that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that notion. I mean, the Dodgers have hung around for what I feel like better part of a decade now when it comes to these playoff runs. Do they win the World Series? Not really. We don't count COVID here. We talk about that enough. So really, but they make that deep run, right? And to get back to it, the Braves and Dodgers have been hooking up a lot lately over the past few years, and I know that all too much.
And look, Dodger Stadium has got a very real feel to it come October. Mm-hmm. You go into Dodger Stadium, it is not easy to go out there and get a W. It's just not. So that's the main thing with, like I said, I also look at it this way. Let's say Baltimore has the best record in baseball and the Braves meet them in the World Series. That's a good problem to have, my friend. That's a good problem to have.
Yes.
I'll worry about that when we get there.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this rate, obviously the Braves with having 100 wins and a few more to probably come down the stretch, just hopefully not in the next couple of days. But, I mean, they're not going to be worried about too many teams. Now, do you have to pick your spots and watch some things? Of course you do. But to me, the Braves are the most complete team in Major League Baseball. And it is close, but I think they're one level above the rest. So as long as they take care of business, I think they should make their way.
All right, let's jump into your 4 at 4. What's crack-a-lacking in the world of sports, sir?
Well, you know what? Jets signed Trevor Siemian today, and who the heck cares if you ask me? I do not think this move makes the Jets anywhere better. I almost think, Matt, this is a disrespect to a guy like Carson Wentz or a couple other guys where at least they've shown competency before. This does not move the needle for the Jets in any way.
You know, to me, it is the opposite of doing something. All you signed was a warm body to the practice squad. That's really all you did.
Yes.
You didn't go out and get Carson Wentz. You didn't go out. I haven't even heard that Matt Ryan still thinks he can play. He can't. He couldn't play last year, and he literally looks. Have you seen him recently?
He kind of looks weathered down.
He looks like he's about 170 pounds. You don't want that dude out there playing quarterback. But Carson Wentz could have been a thing. Try to figure out the numbers and get a trade going. You have such a good team. Why tank this year? Every other part of your team is fantastic. You need someone to distribute the ball. Go and get the 0-3 Vikings to trade you Kirk Cousins. He's on a 1-year expiring deal.
Do something better than Trevor.
Anything is better than him.
Yeah,
I know. I saw that and I was like, all right. I mean, he had like that one good start in Chicago a decade ago, whenever the hell it was. But
yeah.
It's like, I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
Well, and speaking of that, if we get to the second part here, Aaron Rodgers did say today, after watching football all of last week, that he is not ready to give it up. So he'll be 40 turning December. You'd have to think the Jets for sure would rather have Aaron Rodgers back there than next year, right? Than Zach Wilson.
Oh, yeah. They're already banking on him coming back. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. The Kirk Cousins thing is perfect because he's on an expiring deal. So if you make a trade for Kirk Cousins, remember something, Joey, you still have your first-round pick.
Sure.
You still have your first-round pick because you're not going to lose it because Aaron Rodgers had to play 70% or more of the snaps this year. That's not happening.
No.
So you could. Now I'm not saying you give a number 1 pick for Kirk Cousins, but you can give one of your other picks knowing that you still have your first round pick.
Yeah, because that team's in win now mode, just not at quarterback.
Exactly. Put Kirk Cousins in there with Garrett Wilson and quit screwing up my fantasy teams.
Oh, makes me sick. I have him in a couple as well.
Oh, and if you got Breece Hall, you've given up too. You're like, all right, dude.
There's so many injuries. I feel like I can't even keep up.
Breece Hall isn't injured, but Breece Hall is basically worthless because they're jamming the line of scrimmage because they know that Zach Crap Wilson can't throw the ball. I mean, all he does is drift back to pass, panic, and chuck it into the dirt. I like how Rob Saleh, who, by the way, should have been fired yesterday. Rob Saleh standing up there, and he points out the good thing, the good news, that he didn't turn the ball over. But he didn't do anything. All these punts might as well be turnovers.
Listen, I would have fired 3 coaches yesterday. He could have been one of them. The Chargers coach should have been one. The Bears coach could have went down. And you know what, Sean Payton, finally look in the mirror at yourself instead of throwing your players under the bus. You let up 70 points, and when you do that, that lays on you and everything that stems down to it. So
well, I want to hear him brag about how poorly coached of a team it was last year.
Amen.
Gave up 70. First time in modern NFL, post Super Bowls era, 70 points had not been done.
Unbelievable.
70.
And they even could have went for the record, but McDaniel chose to.
Oh, they could have easily scored 80.
Exactly.
What's your next one?
Next one, you actually mentioned it in the pre, but I mean, I call it the pre-show, the commercial break. Travis Kelce, we all know him and Taylor Swift had a big weekend. For Bears fans, it was hard to just watch that be the main piece of their day. But his sale jerseys went up 400%. So not only did everything go right behind the scenes in terms of profit for jersey sales, this couple's already off the map.
Oh, everything went behind the scenes good for Travis Kelce. Don't worry about that.
I know that's why I don't have to ask.
Yeah. There were a lot of high fives that had nothing to do with football the other night. What's your number 4?
I figured to put it to baseball. We're in the last week of the regular season, and these wild card races, really the National League, disappointed in Seattle after losing 4 in a row. But, Mac, we look at this National League. Diamondbacks and Cubs are tied for the second spot. Marlins 1 behind that with, like you said earlier, Cincy 2.5. Crucial week.
I think Cincinnati's probably done.
Mostly.
I'd like to see them get hot and make it interesting, but they've got 2 in Cleveland and then 3 in St. Louis. And Doug and I were talking about it in hour number 1. The more and more I think about it, I don't know if they can lose and expect to get in the playoffs. Because first of all, I haven't even looked at all the tiebreakers. If we get down to the tiebreakers and who's left, because there is no, we caught you, we're going to play an extra game on Monday. That is over. They go straight to tiebreakers now. You're either in or you're out.
Sorry, Cincy.
All right, I got one for you. You ready for this?
Let's do it.
Did you hear about the Oakland A's?
I did not.
So Miguel Cabrera.
Oh, my gosh, that cheap bottle of wine they gave a guy who's a recovering alcoholic.
Yeah, Miguel Cabrera goes in, and the Oakland A's give him a $90 bottle of wine, which is much better wine than you and I will ever drink. But for Miguel Cabrera, that's not a high-priced bottle of wine. Right?
No, it's not.
That's literally like giving someone a 12-pack of Miller Lite, going, well, that's great and all, but, I played for 20 years. This is what I get, some booze. And they give it to, and there's no way they knew about it, but my God, you should do your research. They give it to a recovering alcoholic. Supposedly, Miguel Cabrera had a whole thing with AA and the whole 9 yards. I don't know if that's a thing that's really true, but that's what I'm hearing.
And I heard the same when the draw first came out. So
all in all, I've never seen a team give a guy who's retiring booze. You normally give them something that is something that, you'll see things like rocking chairs or a motorcycle, something to say, hey, enjoy your retirement, right?
Oakland gonna Oakland.
I mean, not only do you look cheap because he spent $90.
Like you said, I'd take it, but things are relative here, people. This is Miguel Cabrera.
So not only do you get him a relatively cheap bottle of booze, but you give it to someone. You give it to Otis. Is what you do. You give it to Otis, and you say, hey, here's some booze. You know what? You don't play baseball anymore after this week. Go ahead and get back on the sauce. It'll be fine.
Exactly.
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Oakland gets a thumbs down for that.
I got one for you, and this kind of leads off of what you were just. Zach Wilson. There's two things, Jets related, I got for you. Zach Wilson has got to be benched, and if Zach Wilson is not benched this week, I'm talking about putting Boyle in there behind quarter. I don't care what you do. If they do not bench Zach Wilson, Rob Saleh needs to be fired. He hasn't done a damn thing. And he continues to send him to the post. And I don't care if the general manager's telling you this and that. Man, you got to win some games. And there's no way you can keep blaming it on that you're going up against a good defense. I thought you know what? You know what was crazy is I was catching the tail end of that game. Did you watch any of that game, by the way?
The end of Jets Patriots? I did not.
He actually drove the field. It was the best, by far, the best series he has had in his entire career. He drove the field to make it, I think it was in a 13-10 game, and you're like, dude, maybe something finally clicked. Immediately the next time they get the ball, he gets sacked in the end zone. Now, what's funny is, are we talking about this if Randall Cobb makes that catch? There was a Hail Mary at the end, the ball deflected, and it was right out of his reach. It was one of those things where, because you're waiting for the ball to come down, and you're standing like right there where it's at, and it goes to the left, and your momentum just kind of had you cheating towards the right, and he tried to stick his hand out, but it was just past his fingertips. I was like, oh my God, would that have been wow.
How a narrative can change, but I do want to, I'm not a big Saleh, I don't agree with what he's doing but I'm going to put more of this on the GM. Tim Boyle is the backup. That guy, you want to talk about stinks. He's terrible.
I understand that, but Zach Wilson, I've never seen a quarterback play as bad as Zach Wilson has in the National Football League. Over and over and over again. I've seen a bad quarterback go out there and go, whoa, what have we done? Let's get him out of there. Not every. This guy has got so many starts. What are they doing?
Maybe just have Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook run Wildcat.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the comment by why Jets should run the Wildcat, but that's got a short.
I'm kidding, obviously, but it's just like there's not many options.
Do you understand the roadkill we're about to watch? They play the Chiefs Sunday night. Bruh. And there's no baseball because every game's played at 3 p.m. Sunday against the last day of the season. So I don't know what you're doing Sunday night, but I'm not watching football. That is going to be a disaster. And it's in New York. By the way, yes, Taylor Swift has an apartment or, whatever that she owns in New York. So, yeah, Taylor Swift's going to be up there shaking her pom-poms.
Man,
Zach Wilson is going to be shaking his head as he's getting hammered by that Chiefs defense. What a disaster!
I mean, it's not even really like it just makes the most sense. And we were hearing it about a week or two ago. We talked about it in here, but really, the Kirk Cousins thing just makes way too much sense. And honestly, I wouldn't even mind the Carson Wentz. In Indy 2 years ago, he did get ran out of town after a year, but he still had 27 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. The Jets would gladly take Carson Wentz over what Zach Wilson has provided statistically. So it's not like there's options out there. And if after this loss this weekend, when they lose by 30 to the Chiefs, they're going to have to make a bigger move than a Trevor Siemian.
But why wait is my point.
Well, they should have done it because you're going to have practice start tomorrow. So unless they do something today, I don't know what the heck they're doing.
But why wait? Because whoever you bring in off the street, even if you did it yesterday morning, right? They're not starting this weekend.
No.
You don't have enough time. This isn't the one weird thing that Sean McVay pulled out of a rabbit out of his hat with Baker Mayfield last year, right? That doesn't happen.
Yes.
So why wait? Because all you're doing, they don't have a bye week for like I think it's week 8. You're going to be 1-7 at that point. It's a damn miracle they beat the Buffalo Bills.
Oh. Yeah, there's no excuse for waiting. There's just not. I can't even try to make up something up for you.
No. It's over. All right, 420. Smoke them if you got them. When we come back, going to give you the Power 5 in the NFL, the top 5 teams in the National Football League. Plus, we're going to talk Braves, Cubs. We're going to talk the college football lines. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on WQEE.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, sports fans, the Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves Country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE. Welcome back. You'll notice the name of the channel has changed a bit from Braves Country HD to Braves Country Radio HD. Long story, but we'll explain it as time unfolds. But just going in a different direction with the branding of it. But anyways, Braves Country Radio is how you'll hear us mention it from the going forward. Didn't want to confuse people and take off the HD and then they couldn't find us, right? But anyways, Braves Country Radio. Still kicking on Braves Country today as the pregame show. But do not see lineups. Here we go. The lineups are out.
Yes, sir.
So let me hit the Braves lineups, and then we'll do the Cubs. Actually, we'll get into that in a minute because I do want to get into this NFL. But is there anything odd out of pretty much the same lineup you have seen from the Braves? There is one difference, but it's because the lefty's on the mound with Steele. Pilar gets the start in right field, not Eddie. So honestly, not much of a difference of what they do, but the order's a little different. We'll talk about that in a minute. But all right, we've got the National Football League. Didn't want to do these too early. We're going into week 4. This is when I believe the season starts in the NFL nowadays. You get 3 games in. If you're 0-3, you are freaking the hell out. If you are 1-2, you're like, hey, it's okay. Everything's all right. Like the Bengals, right? The Bengals feel a lot better about themselves now than what they did at halftime.
Oh, yes.
If you're 2-1, you're like, good. If you're 3-0, you're dancing. But any way you look at it, nobody's really eliminated. But if you're 0-3, it's really important not to suck BBs this weekend. That's why that Bears-Broncos game might be the worst and the best game of the entire slate.
I got buddies going. I just feel bad for them.
Okay. You ready for my for the 5 through 1? Because we don't do 1 through 5, we're like 5 through 1, right? A little suspense.
Bring it on.
Number 5 in the land. The Pittsburgh Steelers. They have impressed me the last 2 weeks. I know they didn't look good in week 1. I get that. But they also played the 49ers, and they turned it on in week 2. And Sunday night, I was impressed. That defense is really starting to roll. I still think, now realize this doesn't mean that this team is necessarily the 5th best team in the NFL in week 18. I'm talking about right now, right here, right now. What you going on right now? All right. But Pittsburgh, I said it preseason. I'm going to stick with it. I do not bet against Mike Tomlin. I just don't, man. The guy knows how to coach, knows how to motivate. And that defense is starting to look good. By the way, how was Vegas?
Oh, it was.
Mum's the word.
We'll have to tell more offline than online, but let me just say it was a thrill.
I bet. Certain people might be listening. I understand.
Thanks for asking.
Did you win money, lose money?
I lost like $100, honestly, so I feel like that's a win.
Stupid Ohio State.
I'm still I'm the 11th man that forgot to be on the field for the last play.
Jeez.
I had quite a good.
What do you do there? I mean, do you go out there and rush them out there and go ahead and get the penalty called?
I mean, my thing is you can't get much closer than you did, right? Like they can move it from the half-yard line to the.
Well, I mean, that's what I was thinking. And it shouldn't be an automatic first down. So that's what I was thinking. I didn't really understand Freeman's explanation of we didn't want to get called for penalty. What the hell does it matter? I'd rather have an 11th dude out there than be short a man, because that is a penalty. You're penalizing your defense. What are you hoping for, a miracle that someone fumbles the ball?
Very disappointing.
Yeah, that's a bad look. I know they lost, but I'm taking all 3 weeks into consideration. Give me the Dallas Cowboys at number 4. I still think they're a good team, and I will tell you this. If you play at Arizona this year, you better watch your P's and Q's, because that team is playing inspired football with Hobbs and company. They look for the first time in a long time, they look like a physical football team, Joey, that is playing inspired football, and I think it's because Kyler Murray's not playing. Because I think he's kind of a schmo that nobody really respects, and everybody's pulling for this Dobbs kid, right?
Well, and I'll add, I agree with that fully, but I'm going to add on to that and say, these coaches from Philly, Gannon and Steichen now, they have some fire to them both, and I think both young coaches for teams that are supposed to stink have shown some good things. Jonathan Gannon, give him some credit for that too.
they should have won the Giants game, and then they absolutely throttled Dallas. Now, I really think Dallas, a lot of it had to do with they probably were in there sleepwalking, right? But I still think if you take that team on most Sundays, that defense alone is going to keep you in the top 5. All right, number 3. This might ruffle some feathers after I've seen a couple of comments. Philadelphia Eagles are number 3.
Ooh.
So I do not believe, I think they will be, but I do not believe they're one of the top 2 teams in the NFL right now. I know that they dominated Tampa Bay, but let's be honest, Tampa Bay is in a rebuild. That's not – Tampa Bay was 2-0, but who the hell did they beat? Minnesota, who's 0-3, and whatever that train wreck is that used to be called the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
It's just – oh, those poor bastards in Chicago. It's good for you that you jumped off that train. You're like, I'm out of here. Who's closest? Indianapolis. I'm a Colts fan. Leave me alone.
I thank the big guy every day for that one.
All right, so number 2. This might shock some people. San Francisco 49ers. I think a lot of people would think they would be number 1 in the land. I keep wanting to say country, but number 1 in the land.
What are you hanging out with, Kirk Herbstreit?
I was going to say, I'm not Kirk Herbstreit. Number 1 in the land. They will definitely get to the conference. If they can just get some Power 5 wins, I'll be more. So that means the number 1 team. Good God Almighty, you dropped 70 on someone. Give me the Miami Dolphins. They won 2 games on the road already in Los Angeles, right? To start off with the Chargers, they've won 2 games on the road already. That is a huge deal.
And they're
they blow. I get it that Denver stinks. They do. They might be the worst team in football. We'll find out this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But 70, and it looked effortless.
Yeah, and what's even more amazing to me is how they constructed this running game. Mike McDaniel, run coordinator for many years of his career, actually was in Denver for a while. But between Mostert and everyone keeps pronouncing the other guy's name one way or another. But they had 300 yards rushing, I think, on the ground. Yes, Tyreek Hill, everyone wants to see his touchdowns. But the way they're running the ball, Miami is scary right now. Now, I will say this. Usually when you see this big of an explosion early, coaches are smart. This thing will get tamed down some. But for right now, this is one of the best offenses in the history of football.
Yeah, now, and see, the caveat to that whole thing is look, this isn't a new topic. Can Tua stay healthy?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's so difficult for everyone to pronounce his name. It's DA. What's the problem? From my understanding, it's Devon Achane, but I could be wrong. But you can't go wrong with calling him DA.
Even better. I love it.
All right. Any pushbacks? Any team I left off there that you're like, dude, come on, man. Come on, man. The Colts, man.
No, they have a couple winnable games coming up. If I can get through 5, then I'll start talking about Indy. Not quite yet, only with us in our chat, of course. But if I had to put one other team on the map that I'd be like, hey, you know what? I think they could at least be a talking head in this whole thing. I have to keep Buffalo in that conversation. I know they had a week 1 Jets debacle kind of happen, but their last 2 wins and against Washington on the road, they just messed up Washington like nothing else when people started to believe. So I would put Buffalo on that fringe. Other than that, I'm good with it.
There are teams, and we'll start this not too long from now, but there are teams that are going to start fighting for that worst team in football moniker. The bottom feeders.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of think out, what's the cutoff? How many do we put the bottom feeders on? But there are teams, I guess you could just call them, the pretenders. There are teams that have tried to tell their fan base that they are legitimately giving their best effort this year, and they're not. By the way, Colorado leads the Dodgers 3-0. They're heading to the bottom of 5. They're playing a doubleheader today.
Oh.
So, in theory, the Braves could clinch the NL best record tonight. If they beat Chicago and the Rockies sweep the Dodgers, it's over. And then I honestly don't think they're going to put their best foot forward. They're not going to worry about chasing down Baltimore.
So we could win 2 out of 3 after you clinch tonight. Can we call it a deal?
That would be the theory. I really want us to see us win the series. I want us to get this series win because I don't want us stumbling into the playoffs.
Would it be hard for the Braves and Cubs to link up? It's too hard to say with all the wild card stuff going on. But
what are you talking about? Some collusion?
Well, no, just in the playoffs. I mean,
tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday. Can we win?
No,
No, we'll pitch tonight. We're pushing Steele back to Wednesday.
It would be interesting.
Ion pitch tonight. He sucks.
It would be interesting if in a couple of weeks the Cubs and Braves played again, but I think unlikely.
In theory, if we need Arizona to start losing some games, but in theory, it's what I'm pulling for. I want Philadelphia versus Chicago in the playoffs in the first round, the wild card round. If that happens, the winner of that plays Atlanta.
Wow.
I do not.
Ooh, that'd be a tough path. Wow.
I don't want. Well, I'll tell you the biggest reason why I want that. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun to see those two fan bases go at it. I don't even know who the best team is the Phillies could play going into that. I like the fact that the Cubs have a lot of veteran leadership, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not in love with their starting pitching, but I love the veteran leadership. At the same token, Phillies starting pitching outside of Zach Wheeler stinks.
Yeah, I'm still disappointed, obviously, that, Stroman, it didn't work out with. But, hey, whatever happens.
They've got him listed for Thursday. Is he an opener?
That's what it sounds like because we're working him back slowly. He's had a few bullpen appearances. Now, if he could have a good open/start on Thursday, maybe then it could project higher, but we're not going to see the Stroman that we got for those first couple months, and that's what's most disappointing because, like you said, our pitching depth, Assad, Tyon, we have a lot of arms right now that are not playoff arms.
Do you have any idea what's the most pitches he's thrown since he's come back from the bullpen? In other words, is he just going for an inning or has he been going multiple innings when he
No, he's been just basically going like an inning to this point. So
he's basically probably an opener.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know if he can't have certain, because there was a rib cage thing dealing with too. I don't know if it's something he fully can't get fixed till the season's over and he just only has so much left in him or what. But man, he would be so needed because, like I said, there's just too many question marks. And you guys will see after tonight, besides Justin Steele, who set up 12 runs in his past 2 starts, we have nobody else that's very credible. Kyle Hendricks, I do like him, obviously decent veteran, but
it just seems odd that, okay, if I'm running the Cubs, this is what I do. If I'm going to try to stretch him out a little bit and get him going, I think I wait till the weekend where he's not facing the Atlanta Bats. Because unless the idea is that he's going to pitch Thursday and then pitch again Saturday and Sunday. So but it seems odd that if, let's say they're trying to get 2 to 3 innings out of him, I'd rather do it against an offense that may not give a crap. Because by the time you get to Friday in Milwaukee, the Brewers have pretty much sewn everything up. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's done. Yeah.
Have they clinched that yet? I didn't even pay attention to them this week. Let me see. Yeah. Well, they clinched a playoff spot, but their magic number's 1. They're up 6 games with 6 to play. Yeah. So
Well, and it scares me that it says the Cubs playoff chance is only at 58.5%. I don't like those odds.
Well, they're going up against. They're looking at when you got to realize when they say that. I mean, look at Miami's percentage, 56.2.
True.
They're basically, you know what they're basically saying? They're telling you nothing without telling you anything.
The Diamondbacks, though, were
50-50.
Yeah.
I've got a 50-50 chance of waking up tomorrow morning. So, I mean, what are we talking about?
Amen.
I have a 50-50 chance of having a stroke sometime in October. I'm sure some of that has to do with the fact that they are at Atlanta and at Milwaukee, but I don't think what's being factored in is that Milwaukee is going to be in snooze mode this weekend. Miami, conversely, who is what are they, 1.5 games behind Chicago at this point?
1.
They're 1. 82. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong team. Okay. Miami is at New York to face the Mets, and then they also face the Pirates this week. Pirates have been playing pretty good baseball.
And at least both series on the road.
Right. The Mets, for whatever weird reason, have owned the Marlins in New York. I mean, I'm talking about for years. It's strange because there have been years where Miami's been pretty good and the Mets are not, and they smoke them. It's strange. Obviously, the last couple of years, the Mets have been good and the Marlins haven't, but I don't think Miami's going to win that series, I guess is what I'm getting at. And I don't know if they're going to go into Pittsburgh and win that series because Pittsburgh's been playing good baseball, and they're a young team, and they're having fun being spoiler, and they can play spoiler one more time.
Yeah, and, even though Arizona has the best chances, I mean, they have the White Sox next. Never mind, that's over.
Yeah, but the pitching matchups are awful. The one tonight, Zach Davies versus Urena, we're going over this in the first hour. The two combined ERAs for tonight is like 13. It's gonna be a slugfest. I'm not saying Arizona won't win, but I'm saying they're not putting their best foot forward tonight. They're going to score some runs to win. But Arizona also finishes the season at home against the Astros.
What an interesting, fun series that will be.
Astros in Arizona to finish it. Astros are still trying to chase down a wild card.
Man, what did Seattle do losing 4 in a row?
I don't know, but if you're a Cubs fan or you're a fan of any team in the National League trying to catch Arizona, you know what you need more than anything else? You need Houston to lose the next 2 nights against Seattle to make it when they go into Arizona on Friday that the Houston Astros need wins. Because you don't want them in there cruising. If they beat Seattle the next 2 nights, it's over.
Ooh, that game's on TBS tonight too. Nice.
It is. It's a late pitch. I'm planning on watching it after the Braves game. I'm excited about that.
After the Cubs game.
After the Braves win, the Cubs lost. We can say it that way, right? The Braves win, the Cubs lost, right?
Fine.
And then the Rockies sweep the Dodgers. We clinch the NL best record. We get schnockered again and play like crap for the next 3 days, and y'all will be able to beat us the next 2 nights because it's evidently every time the Braves clinch something, they play like crap the next 3 days. So, there you go. I'm rewatching that Clemson Florida State game. Did you catch any of that game?
I actually, yes, because I hate how things start so early with that 2 hour or that time change. But yes, I did watch that.
What time was it out there? Are they 2 hours behind the East Coast or 3?
3.
Okay, it changes depending on what time of year it is. Okay, so the 3. So
it's awful.
So that game started at 9?
Yes.
Oof.
I was just getting to bed.
That's the whole reason why when I lived in San Diego, before football season started, I said, check, please. I'm out of here. I got to get the hell out of here. I'm not getting up at freaking 5 a.m. to watch, the kickoff shows. I'm done.
That was a really not to get too much off, but Florida State, that was massive and well needed. That was huge. That was huge.
Win. They didn't even play their best, and I'm convinced as I continue to rewatch this game, Jordan Travis is injured, and he normally is the king of taking the ball in the RPO. He got rocked in that Boston College game. It was all fragile and could barely move for a few plays. He didn't keep the ball one time against Clemson, and there were holes. Because Clemson knew they were crashing the line because they were like, dude, he's not keeping the ball. And I don't care if you have to keep the ball and then slide real quick. You've got to give them that threat in an RPO. You can't just hand the ball off. At that point, don't go to an RPO. Get your extra tight end and let's go I formation. But man, it was a massive, massive win.
It was a huge college slate, and we still. I mean,
if you look at it, they've got the best resume so far.
Well, yeah, because I feel like even like Georgia, it's like I don't even care until they play somebody real. It's getting on my nerves.
Yeah, they're going to Auburn this week, and I still don't think that's going to be. Oh, here's a stat for you. You want a stat?
Give me one.
Auburn. About to face the Georgia defensive line. They got sacked 7 times against Texas A&M this weekend. Dude, Hugh Freeze is going to have that quarterback coming home in a body bag. That is going to be a disaster.
Oh, man. Game day, sure glad they got Colorado after the week because we called that all last week with everybody, how they –
I loved every minute of it. Every minute of it.
They said I know they went to midfield, but then I saw today all the crap they were talking too. It's like, my goodness.
Yeah, I saw a video. You might have seen the same one. One of the Colorado players was digging his foot on the Oregon logo.
Yes, that's exactly. Yep.
I mean, who started that junk, man? Because Colorado's not the first team to do that this year.
No,
but they're doing this. I don't care what the team is. I hate that. It's disgusting. It's the equivalent of spitting in someone's face.
And it gives you zero advantage.
No, exactly. It gives you
maybe negative.
Yeah, exactly. Gives you disadvantage. Because the first thing I'm doing is I'm going for that dude's foot. First play, I see him out there. I'm going for his foot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get it. I'm going to get him and twist it. Now, let me tell you something about this foot on my Oregon logo. Someone get me some barbecue sauce because I done got myself a buffalo wing over here. Give me some barbecue sauce. We're going to eat a buffalo wing.
Where's the range?
And you talk about a team that could have scored more. They were absolutely stomping them. I'm assuming that you saw the song. Did you see you had to have, but the pregame.
Oh yes,
They're looking for clicks. We're looking for W's.
That was the perfect line. That was the bam bam.
Which is ironic because that just got a lot of clicks, and he knew what he was doing when he did it. Man. The best guy I ever saw to give pregame speeches, this is back in the day, was Bobby Bowden. And he only did them for the really big games that he would let them bring the cameras in the locker room. But I'll tell you what, that Oregon pregame speech, that thing is up there. That thing is up there, man. That was a well thought out pregame speech.
Indeed.
What is your lock for the night?
I was tempted to maybe try the Cubs, but I'm not doing that again. I've tried to pick. And I'm not doing it against the best team.
Go ahead and pick him, man. Everything's turned out fine with that. So.
Nah, not against the best team in baseball. I just refuse to do it. I'm going to go with Tampa Bay Rays. They're minus 115 with Zach Eflin on the mound at the Red Sox, who kind of just had a pretty disappointing season, if we're being honest. So I'll take the Rays minus 115 on the money line.
You know, my biggest concern with betting this week in baseball is I've got to make sure I'm betting on a team that wants to win. That's my biggest concern. Do you have it in front of you? Well, I guess I can pull it up real quick. Tampa Bay's 2.5 out in the Baltimore. Behind Baltimore 3 games back. It's almost over. I wonder when Tampa Bay pulls the plug and starts setting their lineup for Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to imagine they'll probably play one more series out. And
I would think so. I definitely think you're safe tonight. It's tempting tonight. We're talking about a team who's been playing spoiler. The Pirates are in Philly.
Ooh. Mitch
Keller on the mound versus Nola. You know what? I'm taking that game, but you know what I'm taking? Mitch Keller has been below average second half of the season. Aaron Nola sucks. The over-under 7.5. Bang the over, baby. Give me the over. I don't know why it's that low. There must be something that's,
like you said, this week's just tricky. Who knows what will pop up that we don't know about?
All I know is Aaron Nola stinks. They got him. They got that line 7.5. Let me tell you something for folks who don't follow it. 7.5 is literally the line that you normally get when like Framber Valdez is going up against Blake Snell. This is not that matchup.
No, it's not.
I just put a little hay on that one. I had a good weekend, by the way. Speaking of that, good weekend. I took your boys, and I got the hook before it went down. I had 3.5.
Wow, I didn't get quite so lucky.
How many people were pissed off when they put that 1 second back on to kick the extra point?
Because
remember, at first it was 16-14, and I was like, man, what's Vegas thinking? I'm like, oh, I know what Vegas is thinking. They made a phone call. They put a second back on that clock.
Believe me, I almost just called it an evening after that one. That one was very hard to take in because your playoff chances. I mean, we run the table. You beat USC and at Duke this weekend. You can still make the playoff, but our chances just got hurt incrementally right there.
I wouldn't say
we don't have that conference championship game, and I feel like everyone just hates the ND reputation now.
But if you beat Duke, you beat
USC.
USC was the big one. And assuming USC has a good season and doesn't stink.
Okay, true.
Duke doesn't have to win the ACC. Duke just has to not be 6-6, right?
Yeah, be like 9-2.
Solid.
Yeah.
I think you've got a better chance than what you realize.
Maybe it's just my frustration.
No, I get it, but with the way things have fallen, it wouldn't shock me this year if there's a two-loss team in that thing. So one loss doesn't eliminate you. I'm not saying you control your own destiny.
Right.
But you know how this works, man. We're sitting here in late September. By the middle of November, there's going to be just constant chaos and just absolutely flooding of losses. And you're going to be like, damn, we're doing pretty good. I'm kind of glad we don't have a conference championship.
You're right. Okay. I'm with you.
Out there, man. What is your walk-off, sir? We're starting to come up on time.
I'm going to point at some coaches here that just made complete fools in themselves. I mean, Staley, who we know in LA, I mean, my goodness, I don't know what he was thinking. I don't care what analytics telling you. That fourth and one he went for on his own side of the field was absolutely a mind-blowing call.
He got lucky as hell that the ball got tipped up interception.
Very lucky. And if they would have lost that game, he should have been fired right after it. And then the other coach I'm going to go to real quick, Coach Day at Ohio State. Your press conference, you almost cried making fun of what Lou Holtz says. Who cares what Lou Holtz said? I know your kids are tough, but that was a joke of a thing to say after, if you ask me.
Well, I mean, he's worrying about Lou Holtz? Dude, Lou Holtz hasn't been relevant in 15 years.
Exactly.
I guess he's still on somewhere, but he hasn't been on ESPN in almost a decade.
Yeah, I mean,
thank God. Look, nice guy, like Lou Holtz as a person. But I have to hear that Daffy Duck bastard talk on the Saturday morning football or Saturday afternoon football. That drove me nuts.
When it was him and Mark May, I would change the channel.
Fighting Irish. Shut up!
Enough!
Who hired you?
Oh,
God bless. My walk-off is 7:20 tonight. Braves, Cubs, Elder versus your boy Steele. Should be a fun one. And tomorrow night, Tones is going to join us for a Supercast 7:20 as well. So we'll have fun with that. And may have some news about the show in the very near future, but we'll see how that plays out tomorrow. Have a great one. And those on 99.1 FM, keep it locked in. Get your morning started right. 7 a.m. Rhino Radio Penitentiary. We'll see you mañana here on Braves Country. Have a great day, y'all.
Armchair.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Got a full slate of action of Major League Baseball on a Tuesday. No game bigger than tonight. 7:20 Eastern, Atlanta Braves are at home against the Chicago Cubs. Elder versus Justin Steele. Atlanta -135 on the money line. The over-under is 9.5. Atlanta Braves' magic number to clinch home field advantage throughout the playoffs is down to 3. Dodgers are at the Rockies here on Braves Country. Have a great day, y'all.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who is right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Cy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
The first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh.
Braves country.
Come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important it is? Trying to save the pump up. Really? This is what you're doing?
Jason, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Well, then again, I don't. What is more obnoxious, that Travis Kelce's jersey sales went up 400%, or that the Oakland A's gave a recovering alcoholic a bottle of wine?
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man. Yeah, the armchair.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Hope you are having a great afternoon as your Atlanta Braves are back in action. Took us a little while, but we are back again. And the Atlanta Braves will be taking on the Chicago Cubs. Doug is on the way. Going to be talking some football. Going to talk some National League wild card. Joey's on the way. He's only going to get one chance. So he wants to talk about how the Colts are in first place. So let him bask in the sun while it still lasts. And we're going to talk a lot about the world of football as well as baseball. Is obviously baseball is taking center stage now as it is winding down the final few games of the season. And Atlanta's magic number, if you missed the intro, the magic number for your Atlanta Braves is now 3. So 3 is where we are at. And we are looking forward to hopefully clinching that on this in this series against Chicago. It would be nice to get some help from some Rockies and some Nationals, but you can't really plan on those teams doing a whole hell of a lot. So I'm going to go with Braves to go out there and win this series. And if they win this series, then they can probably clinch it, because you got to figure you're going to get help a little bit on the other side. If not, we'll clinch it this weekend at home. Now, a lot of things are going on, and one of the main things that everybody's kind of bugging out about is what in the hell are we going to do come playoff time, because the Atlanta Braves obviously are going to be in a world of trouble when you talk about how we're going to set that line up and all that kind of stuff. And look, went over that earlier. Essentially, I still believe, and it's weird, I was listening to a local Atlanta radio station that covers a lot of Braves stuff, and they had their Braves guy on there, and he was talking about the upcoming series, and I won't put his name on blast because I don't know why he doesn't know this, but anyways, that's why you come here, right? The Atlanta Braves are not going to need a fourth pitcher. We have the days off built in. We are not going to need a fourth pitcher in that first round. So it's not really the end of the world that you're not. Now, look, you want Charlie Morton as that third pitcher. Obviously, he's been the best of the bunch, but it's not going to be a deal breaker. Look, if the Braves don't win that first round, you can't put that all on some injury to Charlie Morton. Braves need to go out there and play their game with that offense and that starting pitching that they're going to have with Strider and Fried in a 5-game series. They'll have them for those 5 games. And then that middle game, game 3 in Philadelphia, you just got to try to figure it out. You're going to go into it'll be a version of a bullpen game, but that's essentially what we're going to be looking at with the Braves going forward. As far as tonight's game and the series, wanted to touch on that a little bit, because tonight's game, you've got the Cubs coming into town. The Cubs are playing for something. The Cubs are trying to get into the wild card. We're going to get into the NL wild card here in a second, but the Cubs are playing for something. We've got Elder on the mound versus Steele. The biggest thing that I want to see, okay, if you remember, this was a matchup in Chicago earlier in the year, and Steele got the better. Elder was terrible. He was absolutely awful in Chicago, and he was awful his last time out. And though you'll see the 12-4 and 3.63 ERA, and all that sounds great, but he hasn't been consistent, and he's got to keep those walks down. He had 5 walks his last time out. So he's got to keep the free passes to a very minimum, and I think we get the win tonight. And if you look at the series going forward, tomorrow night at 7:20 as well, we're going to have all 3 games, all 4 games, the first 4 games of the week are going to be right here on Braves Country Radio HD. Find us on YouTube today. They're all 7:20 first pitches. They're all at home. 3 are against the Cubs and 1's against the Nationals. The weekend, we're playing that by ear. We got to see how Atlanta stacks up. Are the games important? If not, a lot of folks are going to tune out with all the football on, and then we're just going to play that by ear. We also could bring you a game on Sunday that may have something to do with the playoff implications, but really waiting to see what's available. If it's really just seeding, then there's not a whole lot of interest. But if it's a situation where a top-tier team could get knocked out, and there's a lot of possibilities for that, we may bring you that game. The Braves have not. Now, the Cubs are going to send Tyon out tomorrow. Braves should be able to score some runs on Tyon, but Atlanta has not announced a game 2 starter as of yet. They've kind of left it up in the air. Game 3 of the series, it's Stroman. And depending on what they can get from Stroman, I'm not sure he's 100% stretched out yet, but he's at least going to be opening the game for the Cubs. And the Braves, once again, have not quite nailed down a starter. So tonight's game, Steele on the mound. My pick to click, I'm going to have to go with let's go with Ronald Acuna Jr. Let's go with Ronald Acuna Jr. He needs to get them stolen bases. Can we get a couple of stolen bases tonight and get him to the 40-70 club, and then we can really put him on cruise control the rest of the week? Give me Ronald Acuna Jr., and I'm going to take the Braves. Look, the over-under is actually kind of high tonight for a Braves game, because typically the Atlanta Braves, they keep their over-unders typically around the 8.5, 9 area. It's 9.5 tonight. So Vegas is expecting runs. I'm expecting runs because Steele and Elder both looked terrible their last time out. So let me get the Braves to win this one just over that mark. I'll take Atlanta to win this one 6-4. I'm hoping it's more like an 8-4, 9-4, and you really get rolling. But I'm going to take them 6-4. Look, the Cubs are a good team. They're going to score some runs. The Braves are going to have to match those runs. And there you have that. Atlanta, they go into this series, and it is going to have to be an absolute must that you don't go stumbling in down the stretch at the end of the season. The last thing that you want to do, stumbling into the postseason, losing 2 or 3 to the Cubs, maybe winning the Washington series, but at that point your backups are in. Let's not play that game. I want to see them win the series against Chicago. You can never expect a sweep. It'd be really asinine to expect a sweep, considering that we're playing a team that very well could be in the playoffs. And I would like to see them win at least the Friday game and the Saturday game against Washington. The Sunday one, it's probably not going to mean a whole lot, and there's not going to be a lot of pitching out there. I do think you're going to get the batters back quite a bit on Sunday, at least a couple of, because we're going to have another week off. We're going to have another week off. If you're going to have another week off, you want to make sure that these guys go into it ready to rock. The last thing that we want is a stale offense going into the beginning of the playoffs. Especially considering where we're at in our pitching, we need to make sure that when we go into the playoffs and those first 2 games are at home to whoever it's against, whether it's Philadelphia or someone else upsets them, you need to hold serve. Get your home field advantage. You fought all year for it. Don't lose it. Hold serve. Win those first 2 games. You go back to Philly, then all the pressure's on them, and all you have to do is scratch out one more win. You either win on the road in Philly, or you bring it home with Max Fried or Spencer Strider on the hill in a Game 5. And I will take my chances with that any day. But the Braves have got to hold serve It's enough of this junk where we're limping in towards the playoffs. They won 3 or 4 in Washington. That's great. But let's face it, Washington's not a very good team. This is a better litmus test. This kind of gets you ready for October. And I feel like this is going to have an October feel tonight because Chicago normally brings a lot of fans out into Atlanta. Not as many as they used to. They used to flood the damn place before they opened up Truist Park. But still, they'll have a lot of fans out there. It's going to have an October feel. And there is a degree of urgency with the Cubs because they have not locked anything up. So it's a very good litmus test for the Braves. All right, let's take a quick break.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
That's a joke, boy. You missed it. Went right past you. You gotta keep on your toes.
Hey, Braves fans. Thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
When did you find out you were making your first major league start here tonight, and how did it feel to see your name on that lineup card?
Yeah, it was about 20 minutes after the first game, and then right when I heard, butterflies and excitement, and it was super excited.
And as every good baseball story should go, you get your first major league home run in this start. What were those emotions like, rounding the bases, celebrating with your teammates, all the hard work you've put in?
Oh, my gosh. It's hard to put words on. It happened fast, but, it was a moment I'll never forget. And, I'm just so thankful for the opportunity.
You said you really haven't felt like you've taken a breath all evening.
Yeah.
Well, the last thing I'll ask you is this is the 100th win for this team this season. With a week left in the remaining season, take us inside that clubhouse and tell us what the vibe is like and the focus for this group.
Yeah, we're trying to finish the season strong and get some momentum as we go into the playoffs. So every win still matters, and every night we're trying to come out and compete and win. So
congratulations.
Blast. Thank you so much.
You're in Braves country.
Howdy, y'all. That was Forrest Wall. Folks might have, so with the Braves being off on Monday, kind of figured a lot of folks when we won that game on Sunday night probably headed to bed. And that was the Forrest Wall interview. We just kind of wanted to y'all to hear it because we know yesterday's news is yesterday's news typically, but when you have an off day and you're sprinkling it in between the road trip and now we're heading home, Tuesday begins a 3-game series versus the Chicago Cubs. And we wanted to make sure we put a bow on the Sunday night game as we are heading. This is literally the home stretch. We're no longer heading to the back turn we are literally at the checkered flag for the regular season. Or I guess really this is the white flag because we're coming for the regular season. They are waving you home, and the Braves, I'm not 100% sure I'm not 100% sure on my racing terminology. First of all, let's get that out of the way. I don't pay attention to NASCAR. I used to, but they changed a lot of things about a decade ago, and I lost a lot of interest. But the Braves have 6 games left on the schedule, and they're all at home, 3 against the Cubs. So it's a good litmus test. It really is. It's a good litmus test for a team that is fighting its way into the playoffs. And then the Braves' magic number is 3 for the postseason best record in baseball. It's 3 for the National League. It's 3 for the American League, because though they've played a few more games, the Orioles and Dodgers go into Tuesday with the same amount of losses. Now, they're about to make up for all that. Dodgers are playing a doubleheader. So they have a doubleheader scheduled for Tuesday. They play 1 game Wednesday, 1 game Thursday. Baltimore is playing against Washington on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then they have a 4-game set at home against the Red Sox, where the Dodgers go on the road to the Giants. And the loss by the Giants on Sunday night pretty much put a nail in their coffin. So it's a shame, because what little help we may have needed, we're not really going to get from the Giants, because they're not going to. Now, there is still the rivalry factor, and if they can do anything to be a thorn in the Dodgers side, they're going to go after them, much like the Dodgers did to them. But all in all, we're talking about a team that is no longer in the playoff race without a catastrophic collapse by too many teams. And so we look at this, and we look at the big picture, and we look at how the Atlanta Braves are coming into this final series. I did want to play we played the clip by Forrest Wall getting his first home run, his first major league start. And it was a really cool moment. I mean, he was shining ear to ear in the dugout after the home run. And the Braves won that game. That was the Spencer Strider second part of the doubleheader. They dropped the first game, but they took 3 of 4. And so you can't really complain when you take 3 of 4, even if it is against a Nationals team that's nowhere near the plus. Washington, honestly, they're a pesky bunch, especially offensively. Now their biggest issue is they just don't have the pitching to hold up with anybody, but they can score on anyone. And when they get a decent start, like they did in game 1 of that series of the young kid that I think they said he was the number 1 pick by the Nationals back in 2019. And he was impressive, to be honest with you. I watched that game. We didn't do that game. We did the night game, but I watched that game, and he's got a really fluid motion. And Rutledge is his name. And Rutledge, I mean, he went 5 innings, 1 earned, 4 K. And honestly, Winans pitched a good game as well. 5 innings, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks. He did give up 7 hits. You don't like that. He scattered them. But what you like about Winans is that he'll keep you in a ball game. Now, I am a little concerned come postseason time if we have to start him in a pinch. I think Alan Winans would be a guy that at the very, very most you would take him through 2 times through the lineup, but that's like best case scenario, right? I really don't think that there's much of a chance that Winans could go deep into a game. So he doesn't have that blow you away stuff, but he's crafty. I've been impressed with most of his starts. He had one that was a little sketchy, but other than that, Winans. Now, one thing about Alan Winans, if you go back and you look at his stats, and you can be impressed. Well, his ERA is, just north of 4, but he did have the one bad outing where he got pounded by the Mets. And remember, that was the second time the Mets had seen him in like 8 days, 9 days, something like that. But outside of that, he's pitched really, really good baseball. He's had 4 other starts, and 3 of those 4 starts, he gave up 2 runs. The other one, he gave up none. Now, with that being said, there's a caveat to this whole thing. We have not seen Alan Winans, and this is by design. We have not seen Alan Winans against what most folks would consider an elite or even good offense. He has pitched against Washington, Pittsburgh, the Mets, and the Brewers. And the best offense he faced was the Mets. Because remember, when he went against the Mets the first time, it was the day tilt of a doubleheader, and he did not face their starters. That was the day game where the Braves won 21-3, and the Mets they basically had their AA unit out there. The second time around, it was in Atlanta, and he got absolutely torched. That's when they put all the big guns that the Mets have in their offensive lineup. He went 4 1/3, gave up 7 earned runs, 9 hits. He got absolutely torched. So that's why I'm very leery about Winans. But what we've asked him to do this year has been phenomenal. But postseason, that's a different animal. Here is Snicker on the Strider night, because I thought, well, I'll tell you what, let me play it first and then I'll react.
Would you have liked to have seen Strider get through that 5th? What did you think of his night?
Yeah, no, I kind of struggled through it. I just didn't feel like I really needed to take him any farther right there, especially tonight. And but you know what? He got the win. It's good. He won his 19th game, so stuff's good. These are pesky guys. They don't strike out. They put the ball in play. They're tough at bat. All these guys up through their lineup, they do a really good job here.
That cool moments. How about just see Forrest Wall have a moment?
Oh man, that was awesome. That was awesome. We were talking to Walt about giving him the lineup card to frame for his first major league start, and then he hits a homer, and so that's a given. But it was nice. He had a nice evening.
Getting 100 wins for the second year in a row. Just what a significant milestone.
No, it's unbelievable. It's hard to do, but it's quite an accomplishment. I think anytime you can win 100 games.
What's it like to know that was something that hadn't been done in 20 years, to do it in back-to-back seasons and think about how hard?
Yeah, no, it is. It's a lot of things we're doing are really hard, and it's taking the whole room in there. That's for sure. To make something like that happen, it's a good feeling to kind of know that you've done that.
I have to imagine seeing Kevin Pillar kind of come through is good here down the stretch as well.
Good. Yeah, I was kind of excited, when I was kind of in my room last night, had a lot of time and talking to guys, and just kind of thought him playing both ends of that, getting those at bats would be really good for him. Yeah. So maybe, try and get him back in there a little bit more this week. I don't know, but he did a really good job by him.
Thank you. Thanks. All right.
So that was Brian Snicker, and obviously he was reacting to a lot of things. One of the things that jump out at you is when you get into the dog days of a 162 game schedule, I think a moment like Forrest Wall had, it's just a genuinely great moment. You could see the smiles throughout the dugout, everybody happy for him, everybody realizing that was his first start. So first career start in Major League Baseball. And so with all that being said, now as far as the Strider question, I thought it was a goofy question asking about him staying out there. Look, he was at 95 pitches. There were a couple of runners on. It was a perfect spot to bring Jesse Chavez in, because Jesse Chavez, who's still coming back, he's only had a couple outings, right, since he came back. Perfect spot for him to come in and put out a fire. I mean, that's because honestly, that's what we want to see from Chavez come postseason. And we know he was doing it before, because Jesse Chavez, now the problem is it's been separated by multiple weeks, but he's got a 1.42 ERA now. And you look at Jesse Chavez, 1.04 whip. It really is amazing. He's 40 years old now. Turned 40 back in August. Really is amazing what he's doing. but he's got a crisp bite to his pitches, and he's in the zone, and he's aggressive, and he works fast. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's been so successful, is because he embraced the pitch clock. He said, I'm gonna step it up a notch. You want me to pitch fast? I'm going to pitch faster than folks expect me to. And it's keeping him in a rhythm. It's also keeping the batter off balance. Because if you can imagine from the batter side of this, you're standing in the box and you go in and there's been a certain rhythm to where you could almost predict everybody has been out there pinching the last second of that pitch clock. Some of them fired away with about 5 seconds left, but pretty much they're taking it down for a lot of reasons. But basically, there's a comfort level, right? And what we ended up with Jesse Chavez, you see him, he gets the ball, and in spring training, it was ridiculous. He was getting the ball and literally firing it right back. It looked like the Papa Shot game. We're just getting the ball and firing, getting the ball firing, getting the ball firing. Now that we've gotten into the regular season, it's slowed down a little bit. But he gets the ball. He's only got a few pitches that he throws nowadays. He gets the call from the catcher, and he's ready to roll. But it was good. I thought it was a great spot to put Chavez in. You don't get the best questions in these post-game interviews because you got some dunces out there that throw the questions out there. But, when they go to broadcasting school, when they go to television communication school, they're not really asked a whole lot of baseball questions. Your final exam doesn't say, what is a 4-6-3 double play? No, they're being taught on a different level of how to present the question. The substance of the question doesn't really come into play. So you're going to get some goofy questions. But when you're up near 100, we've just seen our two biggest guns go down, or two of our biggest guns go down to the IL. You're just trying to, you want Strider to stay loose. We get all that, but you just want that man to get to the post and let's go. You want to bubble wrap these guys. If it was a video game, you would turn the damn thing off till October 7th and say, all right, we'll see you. Unfortunately, these are human beings that you can't just do that. So you got to keep them loose, but you want to keep them rested and you want to make sure that they're not going to go injured. It'll be interesting to see what they end up doing with Strider this weekend. He's got a chance to do a rare feat. He's got a chance to hit 20 games. And those don't happen as much as they used to. You had to have 20 games or right at it. It's so funny how the perception has changed. But that used to be the bar to even have the argument to be a Cy Young winner. Now, nobody even looks at that statistic, but it's still a cool feather in the cap. And I know Strider wants it. And honestly, it's ideal for him to pitch 5 innings on, we'll say, just for instance, if they end up going this route, they may change the day, but it could be Friday, it could be Saturday, what have you. Really depends on how many days of rest they want for him. Considering everybody else is on the damn IL, I say pitch him on Friday night, get it out of the way, and have him. He'll have 7 days of rest going into that 8th day. At this point, I think he's got to be your number one starter. Max Fried will be pitching game 2, assuming everything goes well with that damn blister. Jeez Louise. I mean, put a man on the moon, but a pitcher with a blister is gonna cause a season to crash. There's got to be something that they can do. For all you folks that can go out there and invent a lot of things, you got to invent something to keep blisters off the pitching hand. You're welcome. I gave you an idea. Now you go make the money. I'll take a small share while you're at it. Anyways, yeah, I mean, you'd think with something on your damn hand, whether it's an ointment, anything. Anyways, at this point, it's got to be Strider game 1. And we laid this out the other day, but we're going to get into why you only need a few starters in that first round that the Braves will be in the NLDS. I keep referring to the first round. The first round is actually starts Tuesday. What is the date on that? Is that October 3rd? Yeah, Tuesday, October 3rd. The Braves postseason will start Saturday, October 7th. We'll get into that in a second, but there are built-in days that you don't necessarily need 4 starters if you don't want to go that route. In fact, it'd be damn near foolish for the Braves to do it that way. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll dive into that, look at the Chicago series, and take a look at everything else going on in Braves country. Keep it locked in here on 99.1 FM WQEE, Braves Country Radio HD.
If you don't like your job, you don't strike. You just go in every day and do it really half-assed. That's the American way.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
Change approved.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
You're in Braves country.
Welcome back, Braves Country. Rock and roll never dies. You know what else never dies? The Atlanta Braves' dominance of the National League East. Let's go. 23rd division. How about that? Haven't talked a lot about that, but pretty damn impressive. Well, I have a kind of a rule when it comes to this kind of stuff. We will reflect in the off season. I don't really like to go into, you know what it means that we've won this and that and that and this and da-da-da-da-da-da, because I feel like it's a kiss of death. So during the off season, you will get a lot of stuff like that. And we got some pretty cool stuff planned in our Once Upon a Pastime series. I had to put a pin in it for a lot of it. We still have some stuff that we're going to release, but honestly, there's just no time. But the month of November, things will slow down. But the great thing about baseball, they have done a great job about this. Football has done a great job about this. Basketball and hockey have kind of dropped the ball on it. But there is no off season. You know, if you notice with basketball, and the NBA is what I'm referring to. The NBA, they quickly jump on to the free agency instantly. Right after they have the championship, they have their draft, and then they have the free agency. It all happens within like a couple of weeks. And then it's crickets until, well, they think October, but really no one really pays attention to until you get to the Christmas game in the NBA. And even then, it's really a mild interest from your typical sports fan. What is great about baseball, and I do think, and we'll get into that in the offseason, I do think they need to change up their schedule a little bit. But all in all, there is no offseason because you have stuff trickling in for the most part during the offseason. There is a way for them to tighten it up and make it a little more relevant and make it a little more interesting for the fans. I think it would also be really fun for the fans to watch it unfold from a competitive level. But we'll dive into those ideas during the offseason. Ain't got no time for that nonsense right now because, by God, we're getting ready for should be one fun postseason. I'm just asking for the Braves. For the love of God, please don't make this another season where we go win over 100 games and we're home by the second week of October. It's unacceptable. And there's been some passive moves by the Braves all year long. And they've had it calculated. We talked about this a little bit in the broadcast the other night. But I do want to address this for folks who don't get a chance to listen to the play-by-play. We dive into a lot of things during the game. It's not just the game itself. But one of the things, it got brought up on Twitter. I'll just give you the cliff notes. One of the beat writers for the Atlanta Braves got into it with one of the knuckleheads on Twitter. And now I have to preface this with saying the beat writer, he's known to partake in a lot of cervezas, especially when he's not working, when he's not traveling with the team. And I'm pretty darn sure he was not at the stadium that day because he had been putting up all kinds of tweets earlier in the weekend where I'm assuming he's at his house. All you'll see him do is he'll show it'll be a video of his record player, and he's making some kind of crack about the music he's listening to. He even refers to himself as a music snob, but honest engine, some of his musical choices, think quote unquote musical snobs would be I think they would be amused by it. Because he definitely thinks I think his dream job would have been some kind of a music critic. Though he does love baseball, I honestly, I think if you got him in a room and asked him, what is your favorite thing on this planet, what would you have loved to have covered? He would have loved to have covered music. And there's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people that's their true love. Now, that's secondary. I love music, but sports to me was always it. To me, I never wanted music to become work. I wanted it to be joy. And the folks that get into the weeds of arguing about what singer, what songwriter, this and that, those are the ones that all of a sudden it doesn't become joyful for them. So that's always been my take on music. I love what I love. You can love what you love, but don't try to push your crap on me, son, because I don't care. You're not enlightened. You just had different experiences, and that's why you listen to what you like, and I listen to what I like. Because my musical tastes are all over the board. From rock to rap to country, I've listened to it all. And there was even a time where I even listened to, believe it or not, I want to kick when I was younger to listen to quite a bit of classical music. But I'm always been into the lyrics, not the sounds. So I've always been drawn to the better songwriters. But that's getting way off track. But I had to preface it with saying this guy, he likes to get into his sauce. And I'm pretty sure he was in the sauce on the weekend because I'm pretty sure he did not travel with the team. Now, he may have, and maybe this is something he carries with him, but I see it too much where he was. When was the last one he put up? September. Okay. This was actually up early in the morning. When I say early in the morning, I mean late at night. Saturday night. So I'm pretty sure he did not go with the team. In fact, if this gives you an idea, he is playing a song, if you're familiar with it, called Drunken Angel. So there you go. This is the idea. And he will spew out the lyrics and whatnot, and God bless him, he loves his music. But the next day, probably sitting there with the Skull Ripper, he gets into it with the guy on Twitter that, let me see what his actual background is. He's got 142 followers, right? He doesn't even say what he does. He just has a picture of the Masters in his background. That's it. I'm not going to put the guy's name out there because there's no need to get him dragged into this. But when they announced that Charlie Morton was going to be on the IL, and that it would, and the thing is, they didn't break it down. They just said it would make him ineligible for the postseason roster. It's a little disingenuous because the cliff notes on that are you have to have the roster out October 7th. He would not be eligible to come off the roster until the next day. There are a number of ways that you could do this, but one of the ways that you could do it is that you could, in theory, put someone on that roster with the plans of using that person if things got out of control in the first games 1 or 2. So picture, if you will, the series starts Saturday, October 7th. They play Saturday, they are off Sunday, and they play Monday. Both those games are in Atlanta. Why are they off Sunday? That's the way the schedule is set up. They did the same thing for the American League last year. And I complained to the high heavens about it. This year, the National League gets it. I still don't like it, but we might as well take advantage of it if it's going to be there. It's a crappy way to do the playoffs. You shouldn't be, I mean, this is NBA style, right? Where you're just dragging out the first round. They're doing it because they didn't want to play 4 games on Sunday. They're playing 4 games on Sunday because they won't get their head out of their ass and start the series beforehand. There's no reason to end the season the way they do in Major League Baseball. If you were really smart about the whole thing, you would actually start the first round of the playoffs on Monday. Talk about the wild card round. Let the season end on Saturday. You don't even go head-to-head with the NFL. There's nothing that says you can't do it that way. You could have a bunch of day games on Monday to get them going with your better market on Monday night versus Monday Night Football, right? And then Tuesday, you could take my idea that I still love it, and I will die on this hill. Play a doubleheader on that second day. And it makes it increasingly more important to win game 2 if you've won game 1 because you want to get the hell out of the series. You don't have to waste your bullpen. If not, you got to play that night. And now we are really locked in because we now have on a Tuesday night, or even if you want to do it traditionally and start the end the season on Sunday and go Tuesday, Wednesday, regardless, it's a night of the week in October where nothing is on. And you would have people locked in and talking about the Major League Baseball playoffs like you wouldn't believe. Instead, they're dragging out Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Thursday, if you have a game 3, it's going to go up against the NFL Thursday Night Football. I know some of those matchups suck, but the point is your casual fan that you were going to get to come over to watch, may be watching the NFL game of their choice. But anyways, back to that whole thing, because I it's easy for me to get down that rabbit hole because I get so ticked off that they don't see the big picture. Get the series started on that Friday, by that Friday, and then you wouldn't have this nonsense of having days off because you don't want to go up against the NFL. You could really play it smart and have them play Friday, Saturday. Everybody takes off Sunday on a travel day, and you're back at it on Monday. because this is the first round or the NLDS, and you want the, the eyeballs on you more than you do the NFL, which is king right now. So anyways, the point of this whole thing is David O'Brien is the writer. And I do like David, but I'm telling you, he gets into his sauce. Don't we all from time to time? But I think he had a skull ripper. I think he was hurting. I think he was, in a foul mood as he can be because of this. You know how some of those old drunks get, man. They're pissed off in the morning. So he goes at a fan. The fan didn't at him and blame him. All he said was, after they announced Charlie Morton could be out, and look, Charlie Morton could still be on this team. You could take a guy that you think you don't really want, a guy that you're okay with not having access to at the end of at the end of the NLDS, and you obviously wouldn't have him for the NLCS because if you put him on the IL, you lose him for the next series. You could put and I've used this as an example just because it's a relevant name, Colin McHugh on your playoff roster. By game 3, you could say, Colin's hurt. Charlie's going to take his spot. Let's go. And with that, though you lose McHugh for the rest of that series in the NLCS, you now have Charlie Morton starting game 3. You could do that. If not, you can run this with Strider to Fried to then Elder, and that's the question mark. Remember, he had 5 walks his last time out. So let's say Charlie really isn't ready. They're not worried about doing what I just said because he's just not going to be ready. Then you are going Elder, and you're probably piggybacking him with Kyle Wright, and you're seeing some of that because Kyle Wright came out of the bullpen on the Sunday game, and the reasoning for that is they've got to get him ready for this. But this is what came about on Sunday morning via Twitter or X or whatever they're calling it today. After it was announced, the guy, this random fan just said pitching was always going to be the issue for this team. And we were always told it's going to be fine. It's not going to be fine. That's all he said. And it was actually an astute observation. I think he's, honestly on point. And there were people coming back at him because they're basically just, bootlicking the athletic writer that, come on, man, I got your back and, da-da-da-da-da. And so they're cherry picking some stats. But the point of the matter is no one feels great about the pitching going in. And at the deadline, we did not do anything. We could have, we did not. Nothing of note. We brought in Brad Hand, Pierce Johnson right before the deadline. And honestly, that was about it. But we didn't go after a starting pitcher. This is a team that is on pace to win the most games in baseball. This is not just another random season. And so in this point, I'm sorry, but O'Brien's wrong in this. And he came back and he was mad that was brought up. Probably a little, in an ill mood from the night before. With the libations, with the music kicking till 3 a.m, however late he was up. And he said, why are you sounding like a child? He quote tweets the guy. So he was putting him on blast. Why are you sounding like a child who feels he's been lied to? No one expected Charlie Morton to be injured. And before he got hurt, they had Fried, Strider, and Morton for the postseason, blah, 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 blah. And could get Elder as a seldom used 4. But the point of the matter is, when the trading deadline hit, Max Fried and Kyle Wright were both on the IL, and you weren't 100% sure how they were going to bounce back. And now Max Fried is currently on the IL. We think he's going to be okay for game 2 of the playoffs, but we don't know. Kyle Wright is already being deployed to the bullpen because they don't feel like that he's back 100%, but they do think that they could do him 2021 style and have him come out of the pen. Fair enough. But the point is, in a pinch, you needed a veteran arm. This is not a team in 2018 that's happy to be there. This is not a team in 2019, man, we got a long way to go, but let's see what we can do. And that team may have very well won the damn World Series, and I still say that they would have if Michael Fulton-Evich hadn't absolutely just spit the bit and absolutely choked in Game 5. His career was never the same. This is a team that had the best record in baseball. They won the World Series 2 years ago. Last year, they won 101 games and lost in the first round. There is no damn excuse, none, to not be prepared for what could happen. And then he cherry picks O'Brien of the awful trade that the Angels made to go get Giolito, the awful trade, not awful, but disappointing trade that Lance Lynn to the Dodgers. And he said, would you like to have grabbed them? When they were traded to Los Angeles, one went to the Angels, one to the Dodgers, I said on this very show, that's not a fix. That is a stab in the dark. So that's not who we're talking about. There were other guys that were out there available, specifically Erod, Eduardo Rodriguez, who declined the trade to Los Angeles because he didn't want to be that far away from his home. Spectacular left-hander pitcher. He didn't want to be far away. He didn't want to be on the West Coast. He was fine with an East Coast move. The Braves are on Eastern time zone. He would have come, trust me. The other thing is, let's not say it's him, but let's say you really want to go all in and say, we got to fix this. We got to make sure that we got the guy. Yeah, you could have went to the White Sox, but you could have went and got Dylan Cease. You had to give some prospects, but let's quit collecting prospects like they're stamps. Like one day they're going to have great value 20 years from now. Use your prospects and let's win a World Series. And that's what the fans are saying. And for him to get all bent out of shape because a fan says, hey, the pitching was always going to be the issue, and now it is an issue. And for you to get all twisted and say, no, it's not an issue. Just bad luck happened. It wasn't bad luck. You didn't know what you're going to get out of Wright. You knew it was shaky with Fried. Bryce Elder, this is his first year. You knew there was a good chance he was going to start running out of gas. If you didn't, then just listen to Braves Country today because I talk about it all the damn time. These young pitchers, they run out of gas. And I honestly believe that's what Elder is at. Now, he may regain a little bit because he's going to get extra days off, but honestly, he's been awful down the stretch. I still love Elder long term, but he has been a disaster. He's not finding the strike zone. And usually that comes to because you're tired, you're losing in your legs, you're forcing with your arm. That's usually what the reasoning is. It could be mechanical, it could be a lot. But the point is, he's young, he hasn't proven it. And we're not talking about going out and making a trade for Lucas Giolito, who at the time had a 7 ERA. He was a disaster. Or Lance Lynn. These were great names 3 years ago. We're talking about someone that you could go put out there today. Today. Not make a trade for a guy that you could put out there 2 years ago. So that whole thing is just an absolute farce on the end. And look, I know for whatever reason, sometimes these writers, they take it personally, like you were talking about them. O'Brien, we know you don't make any decisions in the front office. It's just a fan venting. But just to that same point, do you think you are in a position to tell a fan not to be a fan? Let me tell you something. We get some kooky duke, absolutely bonker comments in our Braves Country chat. I mean, just nuts. A lot of it's just venting. I just let them vent. The only time we have ever, to my knowledge, now I'm not the only one that has access, there's one person behind the scene from CBS Radio that you don't see, but they will take it down if it's offensive and, more, not offensive in the broad strokes. It's more of offensive where they feel like you're attacking somebody. Doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't necessarily have to be the host. If you're attacking someone, just being ugly to be ugly. Our whole thing has always been, let's have fun on Braves Country Radio. But a fan's allowed to vent. I don't want to name them by names because I don't want to embarrass them. But there are fans. It's hard for me not to laugh sometimes when I'm doing the game. I'll look up and I'll see something, and they're venting. Remember that old beer commercial? What was that, Coors or wherever that was? It was, let's vent, and they would crack open a beer. That's all they're doing is venting. And the guy was venting. He had a very good point, but the point is, why did O'Brien have to acknowledge it? Man, as popular as he is in his DMs, or probably, actually, I'm not 100% sure that he can get DMs, but his mentions, I can't imagine ever going to my mentions. All the fan was saying was pitching was going to be the issue if we were going to have an issue because the offense is stacked. And we weren't aggressive at the trading deadline. And all we were being told, oh, we got a lot of things going on. We believe in these guys. We believe in these guys. All right. But what is your backup plan when a disaster happens like it's happening right now? It's not great. I'm not saying you necessarily have to gut the farm system and go get a Dylan Cease or whoever, but you could have gotten the rental of E-Rod. I'm telling you, he would have went to an East Coast team, and he's got a couple of relationships with some of the guys on the team, friends on the team, the Braves team. He would have definitely came. He didn't want to go to Los Angeles because he didn't want to be that far away from his family when he's this close to free agency, right? That's the big fish that I feel like that they just ignored. There were a couple others, but no one was saying go get Giolito, go get Lance Lynn. We've seen both of them. We've pounded both of them. Nobody wanted that. They weren't having great years. That was a stab in the dark. That's what I like to call an old-fashioned Washington Redskin edition. Remember the old Redskins around 20 years ago? They were signing Albert Hainsworth, 100 pounds overweight, Deion Sanders with turf toe. They were just trying to sell jerseys. So what a disaster this becomes because, I mean, what if Max Fried isn't ready? And don't act like, oh, poor woe is me. It's just bad luck. It happens. Poor woe is me by my patootie. You had it in front of you. You have an opportunity. You still have an opportunity to win the World Series. You are on the very short list of the argument of who could win the World Series. And I do not put the Philadelphia Phillies in that argument. They could upset us. They're not winning the World Series. The Phillies, much different situation. They weren't built to win it this year. I mean, Dombrowski thinks they are, but they don't have the pitching, top to bottom. But you are on the very short list of teams that really have a chance, barring some miracle. And you didn't go out and bolster that starting rotation. I mean, I would have preferred to go and get two. One that you could lean on that was a stud, and another that could be implemented into the bullpen for long relief, because Colin McHugh has lost it. And no one has faith in that stupid sweeper that he throws. The only person that likes to see him throw that sweeper is the guy at the plate. And he's pretty much batting practice at this point. But we've got a pretty good bullpen. It would have been nice for them to go after one more bullet in the end. Iglesias is a good closer. He's not elite. He's not, oh, here he comes and it's over. Now, he may do that. Maybe we get lightning in a bottle. Maybe he does the same thing that your guy Will Smith goes out and did in 2021. But how can you expect that? And these are the things. There were two main things that we wanted to see additions. A big arm in the bullpen to be a setup guy, but in a pinch, he could take over closing duties. And then the other one, the big one, would have been a starting pitcher to not just eat innings down the stretch, but be a competent pitcher in the playoffs if need be. I know that if you make the trade for a pitcher, there's no guarantee that that pitcher is going to be healthy, but it definitely helps you it increases your odds to have somebody rolling going in. So there's that. I can't believe what's going on with some of these writers where they're acting like, oh, the audacity for a fan to react. He didn't say anything ugly. If he was ugly about it and basically tried to say, well, O'Brien, you told us this. He said it's not going to be fine. We were always told it was going to be fine. It might have been a short jab at him, but I think much more it was about the Braves organization laughing off the fans, thinking they don't know what the hell they're talking about, when really we've seen this too much. All right, real quick, you look at the Cubs series. We'll do more on that as the week goes on because we're going to run out of time. But the Cubs series, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, we've got them all here on Braves Country HD. We're going to do the Friday game against Washington here on Braves Country Radio HD, but the weekend is up in the air. It comes down to what is important to the Braves. And if the Braves have everything locked up, we may do a pop-up cast of one of the teams trying to get in. But we're really waiting for the whole thing to unfold. And we are planning on bringing you round one, the wild card round of most likely the Philadelphia series, but it depends on who everybody ends up playing. It's going to be the one that we think that the fans are more into. If the Phillies are playing basically a bye week, if they're getting first round against a bozo, then we may pivot to whoever Milwaukee's playing, or maybe even one of the American League ones, but most likely it'll be Philly series until that series becomes, that was a quick sweep. So let's go ahead. So we are planning on doing games that week leading up to Saturday, and then obviously every single Braves game will bring you. But I know a lot of fans are very interested in the games leading up to our series because they want to know who we're going to play. That's why we're most likely bringing you the Philadelphia series. But if for some strange reason you get a much better matchup in a different series, one that, folks really want to and we're going to let folks vote again once we know the actual series. But right now it would be set up if the playoffs started today, we would get the winner of the Philadelphia series. So that's probably where we go. I just want to say that it's in stone because who the hell knows, right? You could end up with something that, absolutely just throws you off. So there you go with that. We do have the tiebreakers for all of these scenarios. Probably going to get into that later in the week, but I'm going to get into this at some point this week because it's confusing as hell, especially the way they decided to do the tiebreakers. As we get closer to the end of the week and we see which team's going to end up tied, we can break that down. But they picked some of the most random junk to do the tiebreakers. What they really, you can tell reading the tea leaves just real quick without getting into it. They went with let's grab the team that's playing the best down the stretch. I don't know if I love the way that they've set up the tiebreakers in baseball, but they are what they are, and we'll explain them to you later in the week. Because if you're going to tell me that every game counts just as much, then there should not be some caveat to what your tiebreaker is. Anywho, let's take a quick break. When we come back, Tones is on the way, and we are going to be jumping into the world of the National Football League, and we're also going to get into some college football. I've got my Armchair Top 10, and we'll get into the NL wildcard race as his Cubs are coming to Atlanta, and they are in the thick of the race. All right, we will be right back. I'll keep it locked in here on Braves Country Radio HD, youtube.com/@Braves Country, and 99.1 FM WQEE. Let's get it. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. 1 run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the
free ones were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red bellows bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball! Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing center field for the Chicago Cubs, Michael Tauchman. 7 home runs, 47 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .258. Nico Horner, batting second, playing second. 9 home runs, 68 RBI, 42 stolen bases, batting .285. Batting third and playing left field, Ian Happ. 19 home runs, 78 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .247. Cody Bellinger, batting cleanup and playing first base. Batting .305 on the year with 26 home runs, 95 RBI, 20 stolen bases. Suzuki is in right field with 20 home runs, 70 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .283. Dansby Swanson, shortstop, batting sixth with 22 home runs, 80 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .250. Christopher Morel, the designated hitter, 25 home runs, 69 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .239. Yan Gomes is behind the plate for the Chicago Cubs with 9 home runs, 55 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .269. Wes Triboni is the third baseman, batting ninth with 1 home run, 4 RBI, 12 stolen bases, batting .246. On the mound for the Chicago Cubs is Justin Steele. He comes in 16-5 with a 3 ERA, 1.17 whip, 168 innings pitched, 161 hits allowed, 170 strikeouts, 35 walks, 13 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Bryce Elder, who's 12-4 with a 3.63 ERA, 1.24 whip, 171 innings pitched, 153 hits allowed, 126 walks, and 59 walks given up. 19 home runs served. Backing up Bryce Elder in the bottom of the first inning, it's Ronald Acuna Jr., 40 home runs, 68 stolen bases, 101 RBI, and a .336 average. Your 2023 National League MVP. Batting second, playing second, it's Ozzie Albies, 32 home runs, 104 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .273. Austin Riley, batting third, playing third, 37 home runs, 96 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .282. Matt Olson is batting cleanup and playing first base for your Atlanta Braves. 53 home runs, leading Major League Baseball. 133 RBI, leading Major League Baseball. 1 stolen base, and a .281 average. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, has 36 home runs, 90 RBI, batting .268. Orlando Arcia, batting sixth and playing shortstop for your Atlanta Braves. 17 home runs, 64 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .272. Michael Harris II will be batting seventh and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. 18 home runs, 54 RBI, 20 stolen bases, batting .289. Sean Murphy is behind home plate with 21 home runs, 68 RBI, batting .258. Kevin Pillar is in left field with 8 home runs, 30 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .227. That's your starting lineups for Braves versus Cubs. Behind home plate, calling balls and strikes, it's Dan Bellino. Shane Livensbarger is at the first base bag. Second base is manned by Mark Rippiger, and down the third base line, it's Phil Cousy. Game time temperatures are expected in the mid-70s. Braves come in minus 150 on the money line. The over-under is 9.5. Atlanta paces Major League Baseball with 100 wins, 56 losses, 48-27 at home. Chicago Cubs are 82-74, 37-38 on the road, and currently hold the final spot in the National League wildcard race. This is game 1 of a 3-game set, all in Atlanta, Georgia, all 7:20 first pitch, right here on Braves Country Radio HD. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Cubbies. Atlanta trying to get best record in Major League Baseball sewn up in the next couple of nights. Get your game face on, Braves Country.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves Country. Going to do roll call real quick. Going to do this on camera. I am not going to be able to do a lot of these games on camera, so we will do roll call on camera. It is messing up some stuff we've got going on here, because I have to put a really bright light on to be able to put the camera on that I can't see some stuff, and it's really messing with things. But we do want to put the camera on roll call, and we'll do it a few times a game. Just I can't keep it on the whole time. We're trying to figure out a way to fix all that. I do apologize. But good evening, Brian, Frank, Gary, AY, Goat, saw Rebel in the chat, Jeremy, and we saw Cleve and Brian in there earlier, and Yelton. Good evening to everyone. I think I saw Edward in there earlier on. Not Spry, but the other Edward. Coppercat, see you from Northeast Arkansas. Good evening. Frank, good evening. And we hope to be able to bring you a victory. And if y'all missed it earlier, I put it in the chat, but if you missed it earlier, Dodgers lost this afternoon, and they play again tonight. If they lose the second part of that doubleheader and we win, guess what? We got the National League, and then we're just chasing down Baltimore. Baltimore is a 1-0 lead right now. So I'm going to go ahead and I got to fix my stuff, and we're going to go ahead and get into this real quick. And here we go. You are listening live, and we are here in Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, as the Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Chicago Cubs, as it is baseball time in Braves Country. Thank you for jumping on Braves Country Radio, and please hit that like. The Braves are going to be wearing our classic home whites with the Braves across the chest, names on the back all in red, and the numbers all in red, Braves in red, Tomahawk in red underneath, and of course the names in navy. We got our navy ball caps, red bills. Bryce Elder is heading out to the mound to throw a few more warm-up tosses, and we are just about set for Braves Country Baseball. The Chicago Cubs are going to be playing in their road grays with the blue ball caps and the red C, the blue jerseys, and the Chicago Cubs logo on the left breast. Good evening, Isaac. And once again, if you just missed it, our magic number is now only 2. The Dodgers lost earlier today, first part of a doubleheader. We'll keep you up to date. They start a little later. It's going to be a 8:40 first pitch is what it was, a day-night split doubleheader that they have with the Colorado Rockies. And we obviously have this game. We got tomorrow night's game. That is a supercast. That one we will have the camera on. It's a little easier for me to do it from the way we have the setup when the supercast is on. I can see the screen a lot easier. It's kind of hard to explain unless you see it from my vantage point, but I was having a hell of a time last week, and I was like, man, I'm just squinting. I can barely see half the stuff, and I'd rather focus on bringing y'all a good broadcast, but we will come on the camera from time to time to say hello. I do apologize. Working on something, but there's other things in the work as well, and we'll have more info on that later in the week. Things might be good things might be coming to Braves Country Radio, so we'll keep you updated on that. And hopefully good things are coming to Braves Country. We get a W tonight. It's about that time. First pitch on the way from Bryce Elder, top of the zone they're going to call that a ball? I don't know about that, but it is baseball time in Braves Country. Sinker misses high, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike. Sinker inside. It's 1-1. Home plate umpire tonight, Dan Bellino. The 1-1. High and out of the zone. 1-1. Braves come in with 100 wins and 56 losses. The 2-1 pitch swung on, hit hard on the ground, right at Olsen. He'll step on the pillow, and there's one away. So one down, and look, let's be honest. Kind of talked about this in the pregame show and the 3 o'clock show earlier today, but this start by Elder and a possible start on Sunday by Elder, these could be huge because it looks more and more like he's going to end up pitching in the NLDS. The first pitch on the way to Nico Horner's up top for a strike. It's 0-1. I think the big thing that Brian Snooker wants to see is him to cut down on the walks. The 0-1 pitch swung on, popped up, can of corn, high in the sky, making the catch is Ozzie Albies, and there's quickly 2 away. I think we got to basically, for those that might have missed it, because I know you got busy schedules on the pregame show and whatnot, basically laid out why the Braves only need 3 pitchers in that first round because of days off. As Ian Happ comes to the plate, he'll take the first pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. We're going to play on a Saturday in game 1, a Monday in game 2. Game 3 is Wednesday. Game 4 is Thursday. And game 5 would be Friday. That's, of course, if necessary. The 0-1 pitch misses outside. It's 1-1. So with all that being said, is the 1-1 top of the zone first strike? It's 1-2. You would go Strider or Fried 1-2. You would go Elder 3, and then Strider or Fried, however you wanted to lay it out, in 4 and 5. The 1-2 pitch swung on, hit hard on the ground, but right at Olsen. He'll step on the bag, and that'll end the inning. A 1-2-3 inning. Good start by Bryce. We'll grab the bats when we come back. Mr. Acuna, 2 stolen bases away from another part of history. We'll be back in a flash.
No, you don't drink. You're just acting. In fact, last night at the bar, he was acting so good they had to carry him to his room.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Can we move the rubber back, pitching rubber back? How about just like a foot? How about 3 feet? How about that?
Have you ever thrown a ball 60 feet, 6 inches?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever hit the glove?
Yes, I have.
With a catcher squatting?
So every time with this. It's between here and here. It's almost nothing.
Okay.
Your son would barely know. No, that's not true. Right now we have, up to today, because I looked at it, there's a starting pitcher's $115 million on the IL right now. So that and relief pitchers, there's $48 million.
And so this is going to cause more?
Yes!
What's happening now with the
because my instinct is if I'm standing here and now I have to stand here, there's going to be a little more of a...
All those guys you say are getting hurt with your pitching rubber 60 feet 6 inches. So maybe that's a problem.
Oh, okay. So let's bring it back to second base. You move the mound back, the pitcher's rubber back. I don't care how much. There will be an increase in injury.
Stengel used a system he had learned long before while playing for John McGraw, platooning. Left-handed hitters would often be benched against left-handed pitchers. Right-handed hitters went for weeks without facing a right-handed starter. He also relied heavily on relief pitching.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, magic number is now 2 to clinch the National League's best record, which is really the one that I've been focused on all summer long. It's not anything to put down Baltimore, but I mean, I said in the pregame show, but if you tell me that we have to play on the road against Baltimore in the World Series, that's going to be a good problem to have. That means we made it that far. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is up top for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 lefty-righty matchup. Justin Steele kicks and deals, swung on, grounded over to third. Easy play, making the scoop and flipping it over there to first base. A 5-3 putout is Mastroboni to Bellinger. There's one away. Justin Steele. He pitched against Atlanta and Chicago earlier this summer. Had a good outing, but we got him out fairly early in the middle of the 6th. So you'd like to see the Braves run his pitch count up again. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swung on, popped up, foul out of play. It's 0-1. Ozzie Albies batting .273 on the year, 32 home runs, 104 RBI. Remember, he missed a few weeks as well. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees. It's 1-1. The 1-1 kicks and deals, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. They're calling that a slider, but I'll tell you, it's got a little bit of movement on it. It looked more like his cutter. The 1-2 from Steele comes set, lets her fly. Swung on, that ball is rifled into right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and Ozzie Albies is booking for second. Head first slide. He is safe, and your Atlanta Braves have a one-out double. 100 miles an hour off the bat of Mr. Ozzie Albies. He flipped that pitch up there, and it got a little too high, a little too much of the plate, and Ozzie sent it back the other way. Like to see this get going early. Braves got to wake those bats up. It's almost October, baby. 29th double of the season. The first pitch on the way. Austin Riley, 85 miles an hour, swing and a miss underneath the kneecaps. It's 0-1. Riley sitting on 37 home runs, 96 RBI. I think everyone's sleeping on the fact that he could, I mean, he'd have to get hot, but he could hit 40 and 100 RBIs in his own right. The 0-1 pitch drifts inside for a ball. It's 1-1. The 1-1 Steele kicks and deals, down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Riley. Ozzie stands on second. Good evening to everybody we might have missed earlier in the chat. Thank you for the kind words, Frank. Good evening, Ellie, Fortnite. The 2-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to third. Easy play. Master Bunny flicks it over to first. 5-3 put out, chasing Ozzie back to second, and there's 2 away. We'll make sure we get everybody here in the first inning. Gary, Brian, Jason, even though you pull for the wrong team, welcome in. I hate when these two teams play, especially this late in the year, because I've been pulling for the Cubs to make the playoffs because I want them to be the team that faces the Phillies. Matt Olson comes to the plate. He takes a swing and a miss at the first pitch. Cutter off the edge. It's 0-1. I think that would be a fun series, Chicago going to Philadelphia. The 0-1. Ozzie on second, 2 outs. Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way, just off the plate wide. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Pitch on the way. Swung on, slice, foul down the line. It's 1-2. Tomorrow night, we're going to have a supercast again tomorrow night. It'll be from the Chicago side of it. Tones will join us. The plan is to have the cameras on. I want to have something fixed up to do it when I've got 2 on. It doesn't affect it as much. It's hard to explain, but the monitor gets jacked up when I come on. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Ozzie on second, 2 outs. If I look more like Travis Kelce, I'd worry more about having the camera on. Since I look more like Ernest Borgnine, I don't think it's a big deal. The 2-2 pitch. Off the plate, wide, ball 3. So a full count to Olson. Marcell Ozuna stands on deck. By the way, before I forget, I do want to give a tip of the cap and a rest in peace to Brooks Robinson. We lost a great one today. The 3-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is hit high, but not quite deep enough. Just before the warning track, Suzuki is there for a loud out number 3. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Oh, dear, I forgot to put out that bread they brought.
We forgot to bring it in.
No, I brought it in. They never put it out.
Where is it?
I don't know. Where'd you put it?
Right over there.
Well, it's gone. Who would bring a bread and take it back?
Those people, that's who. I think they're sick.
You stole the bread? Maybe they forgot to put it out. No, they didn't forget to put it out. It's deliberate. Deliberate, I tell you.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time.
And it turned out that old Honus was the best third baseman in the league. He was also the best first baseman, the best second baseman, the best shortstop, and the best outfielder. That was in fielding. And since he led the league in batting 8 times between 1900 and 1911, you know that he was the best hitter too, as well as the best base runner.
He had a powerful build. His 5'11", 200-pound frame, it was said, featured a massive chest that might have come from a barrel maker's shop, and shoulders broad enough to serve dinner on. His legs were badly bowed, but he had huge hands and arms so long, opposing players swore he could tie his shoes without bending over. Nothing seemed to get past him, and he threw so hard to first base that pebbles, scooped up as he fielded grounders, were said to arrive along with the ball.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. The Atlanta Braves, Chicago Cubs, 0-0 your score. Bryce Elder will go back to work. Cubs and Diamondbacks are tied for the last two slots in the NL wild card. Philly will get the first wild card. Marlins are a game behind them, both Chicago and Arizona. First pitch on the way to Cody Bellinger's up top for a strike. It's 0-1. 2.5 back of Chicago and Arizona are the Reds, and they would have to get scalding hot. The 0-1 pitch swung on, hit hard, and down into center field. It'll one hop into the glove of Michael Harris II, who cuts it off. And the Chicago Cubs have a leadoff single here in the top of the second. Atlanta. So looking at that, and we'll keep you up to date on those scores, but the margin for error, we were talking about this earlier today on the show, the margin for error for the Reds is pretty much nil, and they're already trailing 6-5 in the fourth in Cleveland. First pitch on the way to Suzuki is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The other thing you have to keep in mind if you are a Cubs fan, they do not own any of the tiebreakers with Arizona or Miami. The 1-0 right there down below the knees, taken for a ball, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Suzuki, 20 home runs, 70 RBI, an 838 OPS. Righty-righty matchup, pitch on the way, swing and a miss. It's 2-1. They corrected that first pitch. It hit the zone, and originally it popped up on the screen as a strike, but I guess it was called a ball. My mistake. The 2-1. Swung on, grounded into the hole just past Austin Riley. He gave it a go, but the ball was hit perfectly, placed in between him and RC, and Chicago's got runners on first and second. Nobody out, and Dansby Swanson coming to the plate. So Dansby Swanson coming to the plate. About the worst way you can bring Swanson to the plate. 2 on, nobody out. Dansby gets a standing ovation as this is his first time back in Braves country since signing with the Chicago Cubs. All right, we'll give him a standing ovation as well, and that's it. We're done. Our shortstop is Orlando Arcia. So 2 on, nobody out. Bad spot here to face Swanson with 25 RBIs, righty-righty, 25 home runs, excuse me. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Just kisses the black on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Good pitch by Elder. If he can spot that pitch there the rest of the night, we will have ourselves one heck of a outing. The 0-1. Dansby looks in, and Elder steps off the rubber for a second. So we'll reset. It's scoreless in Philadelphia. Pittsburgh and the Phillies. Phillies' magic number to clinch is 1 for the wild card. The 0-1 pitch swung on, pops it up, back foul. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Swanson. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. You'd love a ground ball double play here. The Braves are playing him to pull. Pitch on the way. Way outside wide. Good stab. Backhanded stab by Murphy. Kept that ball from going to the backstop. It's 1-2. This is the kind of stuff that really makes Braves country nervous, though. Elder is a possible Game 3 starter. Probable Game 3 starter at this point. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to short. Arceus got it, flips it to second, has a hard time getting it out of his glove, so we'll only get the force. It would have been a tough play to do anyways. Dansby runs well, and it was a slow developing double play, but we did get the force out, barely. That's about the third time in a few weeks that Orlando Arcia had a hard time getting the ball out of his glove. Normally one of the slickest fielding shortstops in baseball. Not sure what the reasoning is. And I'm sure he doesn't want my advice. So, mum's the word. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Christopher Morel, young phenom, takes a hack at the first pitch, swings and fouls it back. It's 0-1. Morel, 23 years old, 25 home runs, 69 RBI, 799 OPS. Can kind of play all over the place, kind of a utility knife. Tonight he's the designated hitter, the 0-1 pitch. Right there down Main Street for a strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Yeah, Yarcia does struggle, but the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Pulled the string on that baby, and there's 2 away. He struggles, but so did Dansby's, and he's about 20 million, more than 20 million less a year. So a swing and a miss. You look at the numbers coming in. He's got 7 more home runs than Orlando, but Orlando, the higher batting average, their OPSs are almost the same. 1-0, the first pitch on the way to Gomes is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. All in all, I'll take Orlando any day because the money they saved and then was able to lock him up is kind of unreal if you think about it. The 1-0 pitch, down and away, 2-0. Gives them more flexibility to possibly sign an arm in the near future. You got to realize 20 is going to come off the book this year because I don't think Charlie Morton's coming back. I would be shocked if he does. The 2-0 pitch, swung on, banged down the third base line, but foul. It's 2-1. So that's going to come off the books. That's going to help you sign somebody within reason. He's not going to break the bank on a pitcher, nor should he. If you look at the history of these pitchers that signed the big deals, they all end up being busts in the end. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Throw is up the line, and, well, that was kind of a funky play. Let me clean it up. Sean Murphy chucked it down to second. Ozzie flips it to third because Dansby was trying to get caught in a rundown, and he was doing that so that the runner at third would go, but the runner at third went back to third. Ozzie should have turned around and gotten Dansby. Instead, he went for the runner going back to third, and now you got runners on second and third, 2 outs, a 2-2 count. Deuces wild, top of the second, 2 on, 2 out, and a 2-2 pitch. Gomes, I get what Ozzie was doing. He thought maybe he was getting duped and they were going to get him in a rundown, but Ozzie was so close to Dansby, he could have tagged him. The 2-2, swung on, grounded up the line, and that's going to be a run. Unbelievable. You couldn't roll that better down the third base line. Elder picked it up. So even though the attempted steal didn't turn into the run they were looking for, they got a lucky roll anyways, and it's 1-0 Chicago. I mean, you could not roll that ball down that line any better. Gomes was going all the way, and Riley was playing so deep, he had no shot of making the play. So runners on the corners now. Mastroboni, the left-hander, stands in. First pitch on the way. Right there, first strike. It's 0-1. Mastroboni batting .246. Really sounds like he ought to be a tenor, not a baseball player. The 0-1 pitch, swung on and lightly hit into center field. That's going to score Swanson, and it's 2-0 Chicago here in the top of the second. So a couple of really light hits have put 2 runs on the board here in the top of the second inning. Gomes goes first to second. He was running on contact, and the ball was so lightly hit that it took a while to get to center field. So a couple of hit them where they ain'ts, and the Cubs lead it 2-0. Righty-lefty matchup with Talkman coming to the plate as the roster flips over. Right there for a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Kicks and fires, swung on and missed. Foul tipped into the glove of Murphy. It's 0-2. Good seeing you as well, Kerry. I kind of suspect we're going to get a high-scoring game in this one. Vegas had it at 9.5, and I think that might be a tad low. These two pitchers have struggled recently. Elder turns around and flips it over to first. Much like the first time, I believe when the Braves see Steele that second time through, you're going to see some good at-bats against them. The 0-2. Runners on the corners. Pitch on the way. Down and in. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Oh, sorry, Yelton, but your spelling of masturbating made me. The 1-2 pitch misses up high 2-2. I won't be able to get that name out of my head. So you got a 2-2 count. Runners on the corners. 2 on, 2 out. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swung on, fisted foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again. Oh, man. Bryce Elder, by the way, is at 35 pitches now here in the second. Need to get out of this jam. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, comebacker to the mound. Elder's got it, flips it to first, and that'll end the inning. So it could have been a lot worse. Braves let 2 across the board. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
History began on July 4th, 1776. Everything before that was a mistake.
I want to be the first person. It's an honor and a privilege to congratulate Ernie Johnson going into the Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Chuckster, what are you talking about?
They told me, and they said, would you do this? I said, be an honor. It's an honor and a privilege to tell you, Ernie Johnson, congratulations, brother.
Yeah.
Man, that is awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you guys. And whoever is responsible for that, whoever votes on that, I am humbled beyond words. Been at this for 34 years at the same place, been over 40 years in broadcasting, and I'm stunned. So thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
On September 6, 1995, 5 months after the strike had ended, the Orioles faced the California Angels in Baltimore. Tickets for this game had been sold out for months. After 4.5 innings of play, the game was official. Cal Ripken had played in 2,131 consecutive games. It would be 3 more years before he finally took a day off. By then, Cal Ripken had played in 2,632 straight games.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Braves trail at 2-0. I'm going to try to get it together here. The Cubs need to substitute that third baseman. That's all I know. First pitch on the way to Ozuna's high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. Atlanta Braves trail 2-0, but we got a long way to go. The 1-0 pitch. Down and in for a ball, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Marcell Ozuna. 36 home runs on the year. The 2-0 pitch swung on, hit deep in the hole. Dansby has it, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out. There's one away. So one down, and Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. I'm sorry, but what I would have liked to have seen that you're not saying, I would have liked to have seen the Braves fan give him a standing ovation right now. First pitch on the way to Orlando is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, down and in, 1-1. You know what? We're going to give him a standing ovation because he has filled the void and then some. The 1-1 lefty-righty matchup, pitch high and out of the zone, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Every time I think I've gotten Yelton's message out of my head, I look down at my scorecard. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, that ball is roped over to first, a one hopper, 6-3 put out, and there's 2 away. So 2 down, but a hard hit ball. That's a good sign. They're getting some good swings now. Two down, and Michael Harris II will come to the plate. Harris batting .289 with 18 homers, 54 RBI, 799 OPS. He takes the first pitch just wide of the zone. It's 1-0. Good take by Michael. The 1-0. Swung on and fouled away. It's 1-1. Good news, Cubs fans, and if you got Miami fans in here alike, Arizona's trailing Chicago 3-0 in the first. The 1-1, down and in. Two and one. So a 2-1 pitch. Steele comes set, lets her fly inside, ball 3. You had a 3-1 count. Sean Murphy stands on deck. Pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is rifled into the gap. It's going to get down, skips up high over the wall, and it is going to be a ground rule double for Mr. MH2 Money Mike. The runner in scoring position, 2 away. He absolutely roasted that pitch. Hopped over the wall. Bullet in the gap. Puts the possible first run in scoring position with Sean Murphy coming to the plate. Good to see Sean Murphy get that home run the other night. Need to get him going. Lefty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way to Murph is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Sean Murphy hit a home run in the Washington series Sunday. This is his first home run in about a month. The 0-1 pitch. Lefty-righty on the way. Inside, 1-1. So a 1-1 count to Sean. 21 home runs, 68 RBI, and 859 OPS. Even with his struggles, pretty darn good numbers this year. Especially for a hind catcher. The 1-1 pitch, high and out of the zone. It's 2-1. You got a 2-1 count. On second stands Harris. On deck is Kevin Pillar. He gets the start tonight with the lefty on the mound. The 2-1 pitch. Steele comes set, lifts the glove and lets her go. Swung on, fisted Foul and out of play. It's 2-2. So Deuce is wild here in the bottom of the second. You got a runner on second with 2 outs. A 2-2 count, 1 swing could tie this up. What was amazing about that is his bat broke on that home run if you missed it Sunday afternoon. The 2-2 pitch. Lets her fly. Swung on, fouled back out of play. Do it again. Just getting underneath these pitches. So a 2-2 count. Braves trail just 2-0, bottom of 2. Magic number is 2 for the National League. The 2-2 way outside wide, ball 3. So a full count now to Murphy. Harris will be going on contact. Anything that gets down into the outfield should score. The 3-2 pitch swung on, grounded, foul. We'll do it again. Full count. Murphy comes set. Back into the box. Steele at 35 pitches now. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one just a tad out of the zone. Probably would have been called a strike, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
How so? How so? I'll tell you how so. She's bald.
I mean bald.
What do you think I mean bald? Bald. Bald. She's bald. She's bald.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks. Live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Make sure to listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks. Good enough for us down here in the bayou. Go Tigers and the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Yeah, the All-American man.
Found a rattlesnake by the shed door, told Grandpa, and he said, well, you know where the pistol is. I was 8.
Armchair.
And with 2 out, you talk about a roll of the dice. This is it. Trying to catch lightning right now. Sachs waiting on deck. But the game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone!
Now, new heroes emerged from Ruth's shadow. Luke Appling, Johnny Mize, Earl Averill. Mel Ott of the Giants was so feared at the plate that he was once intentionally walked with the bases loaded. Hack Wilson of the Cubs hit even harder than he drank. 1 year batting in 190 runs. Still a major league record. One writer said that Wilson was built along the lines of a beer keg and not unfamiliar with its contents.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail this 1-2-0. We head to the top of 3. First pitch on the way from Bryce Elder is right there for a strike on the inside cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch down and away, 1-1. You got a 1-1 count. Nico Horner, the batter, the number 2 guy in the order. Pitch just misses outside. Would have liked to get that call, but it did miss just a tad. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Misses high, ball 3. So a 3-1 count from Elder. Remember, he walked 5 batters his last outing. The 3-1 turns and deals. Nowhere near the zone, ball 4. So 4 balls in the dirt. The 4th ball in the dirt after getting the first strike. Bryce Elder walks his first batter. He's given up 4 hits already. First pitch on the way from Elder, swung on, popped up high in the sky, coming in left field, making the catch is Pilar, and there's 1 away. One down. Baltimore leads Washington 1-0. Game is in the 5th. 2-game series between the Birds and the Nats. First pitch on the way to Cody Bellinger. He takes a hack at the first pitch and fouls it straight back. It's 0-1. Cody Bellinger, 1 for 1, a single in the second, a run scored. Elder steps off the rubber for a second. I believe that was Murphy asking for a second to reset. So he'll step off the rubber. That'll be considered a move. The 0-1 pitch. Steps off the rubber again. So that'll be a second move, and he's got to be aware of that. Hopefully someone is reminding him, because now the runner can take off. And if he does move again, or if he steps off again, that's going to be an automatic balk. The 0-1 pitch, way outside wide for a ball. It's 1-1. Cubs 2, Braves nothing. Top of 3. The 1-1. Elder lets her fly. Down below the knees, off the plate. Ball 2, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Elder's got to buckle down here. Last thing he wants to do is start putting ducks all over the pond. 1 down, a double play could get him out of the jam. The 2-1 pitch. Nowhere near the zone, ball 3. On the pitch, Horner easily steals second. I mean, he was skipping. I mean, you would not believe, if you're listening on radio, you would not believe the lead that he had. He skipped 2 or 3 times towards the bag before Elder even let the ball go. Murphy's going to go out there and talk to him, but I mean, there's no other word for it, but that was downright pathetic. Someone's got to yell over to Bryce and tell him to flip it over to first. He would have had him caught in a rundown with ease. Just because you only get 2 moves doesn't mean you can't offer. If you offer that 3rd time and you get them, no balk. So Murphy may be going out there to remind him. I don't know, but the 3-1 pitch, Murph back behind the plate. Elder lets her go. Down below the knees, ball 4. So all in all, it didn't matter because Elder walks another batter, and here we go again with Bryce Elder. So runners on first and second, 1 out. Here comes Suzuki, 1 for 1. Righty-righty matchup, pitch on the way, down and away, trying to get him to swing. Misses the zone, it's 1-0. When you have not been near the zone and you are starting off an at-bat, it's not very likely they're going to offer at a pitch tailing away. The 1-0 pitch, right there at the knees, good sinker by Elder, it's 1-1. You may not want to lay one into Suzuki, but you got to be aggressive, because if not, you're going to load the bases. Dansby Swanson is on deck. The 1-1 from Elder. Swung on. That ball is rifled into right field. Making a diving attempt is Acuna. A bad defensive play. He'll have egg on his face as that ball goes up against the wall. Both runs will score, and it's 4-0 Chicago. Terrible defensive attempt by Ronald Acuna Jr. You got to get in front of that ball and make sure it doesn't get behind you. With runners on first and second and one out, they were both holding to see if he was going to make the catch. If he gets in front of that ball, the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to have the bases loaded with one out. Instead, runner on third, one out. They won't give it to him, but that is an E9 when it's all said and done. First pitch on the way to Swanson is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Most of them go by the rule that if the ball doesn't touch the glove, they can't give you an error, but that's not technically true. They can, they just typically don't. That probably should have been a single and an E9. The 0-1 pitch, down and away, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Elder, once again, I'm sorry, but I can't see this guy starting in the postseason. He has been bad, progressively worse every single outing. It's not like he's going to go up against a weak offense in that first round. The 1-1, down and away, ball 2. So a 2-1 count. Runner on third, one out. Pitch on the way. Off the plate, wide, ball 3. Bryce Elder is in danger of walking his third batter of the inning. The 3-1. Elder looks in. Pitch on the way. Nowhere near the zone, ball 4. So runners on the corners, one out. Swanson will head down to first. Kranitz will finally come out and talk to him. I know that's realistically Snicker's call, but it always seems like that Kranitz is a day late and a dollar short getting out there. When he walked that second batter, you got to go out there and talk to him. So runners on the corners, one out. Kranitz will waddle back into the dugout. Braves trail 4-0. Christopher Morel comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1 with the strikeout in the second. "55 pitches in, one out in the third. The first pitch on the way, inside for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0. Elder looks back the runner at first. The 1-0 pitch. Nowhere near the zone, ball 2. So a 2-0 count from Elder. Mentioned this before, but I'm really at the point where I would rather see a bullpen game in game 3 of the NLDS. I know that is a bad word to bring up, but the 2-0 pitch drifts it right down the middle for a strike. It's 2-1. I'd rather carry that extra bullpen guy, have Elder sit it out, wait for Charlie Morton if you can get to the NLCS, and have access to that extra bullpen guy all series. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, bang, foul down the line. It's 2-2. Warming up in the bullpen already is Jackson Stevens. Stevens, of course, he's not eligible to be on that postseason roster unless they really do some voodoo with the rules, because he did not come up until second week of September. The 2-2. Elder kicks and deals in the dirt, ball 3. So a full count. Standing on deck is Jan Gomes. Braves trail 4-0. Top of the third inning. Atlanta's magic number to clinch the NL is 2. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, ripped. Atom ball to Austin Riley, and there's 2 away. Runners get back. Riley caught the ball, but he was a good 5 to 7 feet off the bag. No chance to get the runner at third. Runner at first hustled back. So Riley really had no shot. Sure, if he had to think about it and do over, he just would have knocked that ball down and he would have had an easy double play. First pitch on the way to Gomes is swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Miami and the Mets, they are in a rain delay. Miami trails Chicago and Arizona by 1 game in the wild card. Arizona trails 3-1 versus the White Sox tonight. The 0-1 pitch, golf down the line, foul. It's 0-2. Bryce Elder comes set. Looks in. The 0-2 pitch. Lets her fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And he will not offer down the line. The ball got away, but that'll be a strikeout, and that'll end the inning. Mercifully, we trail 4-0, but Pilar and the top of the order are coming to the plate.
If I was a flight risk, I wouldn't even be here. I could be in another country this afternoon if I wanted to. I got friends who can create false passports.
All right, I apologize for my client, Your Honor.
Apologize for your client. Don't apologize for me. I didn't rob no bank, okay? I don't want everyone in here thinking I'm some kind of bank robber, okay? I don't need the money. I'm a drug dealer.
They had played 9 years together, and Big Papi never knew Dustin Pedroia's name.
He called me Pee-wee.
Catcher comes over to me and goes, "Hey, what's up, Dustin?" I go, "Hey, what's up, man?" David walks over and goes, "What'd he call you?" And I go, "What?" He goes, "What'd he call you?" I said, "Dustin." He goes, "Hey, why'd he call you that?" I go, "That's my name." He goes, "Oh, is that right?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro. I played 1,600 games with you. They've actually said it 5,000 times. Now batting, number 15, Dustin Pedroia." And he goes, "I thought it was Pee-wee." And I'm looking at him, I'm like, "You thought my parents would name me Pee-wee?"
Armchair.
After the 1934 season, Babe Ruth toured Japan with an all-star team. 500,000 fans turned out in Tokyo to cheer the mythic hero they called Babu Rusu. Babe's big bulk, reported the New York Times, today blotted out such unimportant things as international squabbles over oil and navies. "We like to believe," said the Sporting News, "that countries having a common interest in a great sport would rather fight it out on the diamond than on the battlefield." The Americans won 17 of 18 games. Ruth hit 13 home runs. But in one game, a high school boy named Eiji Sawamura struck out Ruth, Charlie Gehringer, Lou Gehrig, and Jimmy Fox before the Americans managed to get a single winning run. Sawamura became a national hero, and the tour sparked the formation of the first Japanese professional league.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. Time to get some runs. We trail at 4-0, still a long way to go. We still have 7 frames to go offensively. We know this offense can bang. Kevin Pilar will lead it off, and then it'll be back to the top of the order with Acuna and Ozzie. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to Pilar. He's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Better than Strider. What is Elder's better than Strider at what? Because it's not baseball. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Kevin Pilar, 227 average, 8 home runs, 30 RBI. Justin Steele comes set. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. 1-2. Justin Steele at one point had a shot at the Cy Young race in his own right, but a couple of bad starts recently. It really is Blake Snell's trophy at this point. The 1-2 pitch swung on, just got a piece of that one. Fouls it back. It's 1-2. As much as that pains me to say it, Blake Snell is going to win the Cy Young, and he's doing it heading to free agency. That kid is going to make some money. The 1-2 pitch, Steele lets her go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Kevin Pilar down on strikes, and there's one away. So one down. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. I honestly think that it's just, when it comes to Elder, he's just ran out of gas. He's a young kid that first time going through a long season like this. First pitch on the way to Acuna's up top for a strike. It's 0-1. And his main thing has been controlled the last several outings. As the 0-1 pitch is fouled off the plate, it's 0-2. And that's one of those things that they can point a lot of fingers and blame in a lot of ways, but honestly, that's front office, because you have to expect your young pitchers are going to run out of steam, and that's why you make the moves for a veteran arm in the trading deadline. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Ronald Acuna Jr. has looked absolutely silly up there against Justin Steele, and there's 2 away. So 2 down, and Ozzie Albies come to the plate. Ozzie Albies hit a double his first time up. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is swung on and bang foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Steele lets her go. Swung on. Grounded foul down the third base line again. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Ozzie. Lefty-righty matchup, pitch on the way. Down and in, 1-2. And an 0-2, a 1-2 count on Ozzie. Pitch on the way. Misses, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch swung on, foul down the line. We'll do it again. You got a 2-2 count, lets her rip. Swing and fouls it back. We'll do it again. So if nothing else, he's making Steele work in this at bat. It's going to be the 7th pitch of the at bat. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase went off the edge. I think that was one of those ones he was just trying to stay alive. chased it out of the zone. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Everybody stop. I didn't go to the Lakers game because they were playing the Bobcats. And I came here today because I thought this was a session on how my wife could learn to communicate, how to answer a question without a question, which I thought, given your wall of diplomas, you could easily fix. Or if you couldn't, you could give her a pill that could either fix it or make her a mute. But now, to turn around and gang up on me, I have hundreds of clients to deal with. And just so we're clear, I don't care about any of them. They're all just a number, like wife number 1 and therapist number 7. Good day.
The donkey said to the tiger, "The grass is blue." The tiger replied, "No, the grass is green." The discussion heated up, and the two decided to went before the lion, the king of the jungle. The donkey began to shout, "Your Highness, is it true that the grass is blue?" The lion replied, "True, the grass is blue. The tiger will be punished with 5 years of silence." The tiger accepted his punishment, but before he asked the lion, "Your Majesty, why have you punished me?" The lion replied, "The worst waste of time is arguing with the fool and fanatic who does not care about truth or reality, but only the victory of his beliefs and illusions."
Sure, he called a shot. No question about it. The difficulty is, did he point? Did he stand extravagantly and point to center field the way William Bendix did in that terrible movie? No, he didn't.
Ironically, Gehrig was the real star of the Yankees' 4-game sweep, but few would remember his performance in the face of all the publicity Ruth got. Ruth himself was evasive when asked if he really had called his shot. "It's in the papers, isn't it?" he said. "Why don't you read the paper?" 1 month later, Franklin Roosevelt was elected president, pledged to bring his country out of the Depression. "I have no expectation of making a hit every time I come to bat," Roosevelt said. "What I seek is the highest possible batting average, not only for myself, but for my team."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail this one 4-0. We will head to the top of the 4th inning. First pitch on the way from Bryce Elder. Is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Bryce Elder is facing Mastroboni. The first pitch on the way to Mastroboni is swung on, hit hard. The 1-0 pitch swung on, hit hard into center field, hops and jumps off the glove of Michael Harris. He stays with it. And it's a leadoff single. Kind of a weird shot there. Michael charged the ball, got on it way too quickly. First pitch on the way to Talkman is swung on, grounded hard, foul down the line. It's 0-1. The 0-1. And of course, Master B has to get a base hit. He can't just go quietly back to the dugout. The 0-1 pitch, they're going to say that he did not go around. They checked down the third base line, said he held up. So a 1-1 count, runner on first, nobody out. The pitch on the way, in the dirt, 2-1. You got a 2-1 count. Elder struggling once again, and Jackson Stevens should be ready to roll in the bullpen. Can't imagine that they're going to watch this much longer. The 2-1 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Elder's at 70 pitches too, by the way. So that's another thing. The 2-2. Lets her go. Sinker, top of the zone. Ball 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Nobody out. Runner at first. Elder turns and flips it over towards first again. Runner back. You had a 3-2 count. Elder lets her go. Swung on, rifled down the right field line. Just foul. We'll do it again, full count. Well, if they're not going to bounce back well after one day off, I'd hate to see what they're going to do when they get next week. They're going to have almost an entire week off. Our final game is on Sunday, which that's why I kind of feel like they need to play everybody that final game, because then they're going to have 5 days of rest before the series starts. The 3-2 pitch on the way, another walk from Bryce Elder. Bryce Elder has now walked 3 batters, given up 6 hits in 3 innings, given up 4 runs. He has struck out 2. And looks like nobody. Talkman's coming out of the game. This is interesting. Wonder if something happened. Talkman comes out of the game. Pete Crow Armstrong, who is their young prospect, is coming into the game. Only thing I can think of is that they're just trying to see how many runs they can score to try to get this lead up. It is early for a first pitch on the way. Swung on, hit right to Acuna. Acuna rifles it back into the infield and 1 away. Unless Talkman had some kind of an injury, it's really early to pull him. So 1 out and 2 on. Bring Ian Happ to the plate. Ian Happ is 0 for 2. Ground out and a fly out. You could use a ground out, a double play right here in a big way. The first pitch on the way. Down and below the zone, it's 1-0. Elder, 75 pitches. 31 of those have been balls. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, lifted high. Not very deep. Coming in is Money Mike. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 away. Two on, 2 out. Cody Bellinger now coming to the plate. He's 1 for 1 with a single, a walk, 2 runs. Righty-lefty matchup, the pitch on the way. Swung on, rifled into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. That'll easily score a run. It's 5-0 Chicago. Runners on the corners. Crow Armstrong goes first to third. And Suzuki will come to the plate. Not only are they not pulling him, yet they're not even making an effort to go out there to talk to him so far. Once again, Jackson Stevens should be ready. Here comes Snicker. Somebody nudged him in the dugout, woke him up. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail 5-0.
Hey, rookie! You were good.
For those of you who have seen Field of Dreams, and for those of you who haven't, I'm going to tell you the story of Moonlight Graham. Archibald Wright Moonlight Graham was born on November 12, 1876 in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Some say he got his nickname because of his speed. Others say he got his nickname because he moonlighted at a second job in the offseason. He played minor league baseball for 6 seasons until he finally got his chance in the big leagues with the New York Giants in 1905. On June 29th, he would finally make it into a game against Brooklyn at Washington Park. Graham would replace right fielder George Brown at the end of the 8th inning. Unfortunately for Graham, he never got a chance to bat. In the top of the 9th, he would be left in the on-deck circle when Claude Elliott flied out for the 3rd out of the inning. He would play right field in the bottom half of the inning, but never recorded a putout or an assist. Soon after, he returned to the minors where he played until 1908. In 1908, he had to retire due to chronic respiratory problems. He never got another chance to play in the big leagues. In 1911, an American League scout found out he was playing semi-pro ball and asked him to join the Red Sox, but he declined the offer. After baseball, he became the Chisholm School Doctor in Minnesota for over 50 years. Sometimes he would take the students out to the field where he would throw baseballs from home plate over the left field wall, a distance of 335 feet. In 1965, he became ill and passed away at the age of 88.
Baseball sports are the streets and the lots in the old neighborhoods. We had to build the backstop. We had to build the mound. We had to put down the line. Actually, we had a saint of a man by the name of Joe Austin, a night manager in a brewery who was single, who had played semi-pro ball, and who was the godfather of baseball for this community. And he built the field, the players helping him. And we played there on weekends, had a very, very good team, even got uniforms after a while. And that's where I learned the game. And it was wonderful.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jackson Stevens is in the game. Stevens will come on and try to stop the bleeding. Braves trail 5-0. Bryce Elder's night is through. Another poor outing by Elder. 5 runs, 7 hits allowed. Walked 3. In 3 2/3 innings. So Suzuki comes to the plate. First pitch to Suzuki is a curveball right there at the knees for a strike. It's on 1. Tell you something else that just takes the gas out of a team. When you have a pitcher that can't find the strike zone, and I mean, it just makes them flat. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. They play back on their heels. They're just, they're lifeless. And Elder, more pointing to why he should not be on the postseason roster, but the 0-2 pitch, swung on, foul down the line. We'll do it again. And he's only 24 years old, so it's not like we're giving up on the young man. It's just he just seems to have hit a wall. If you look at his last starts, the 0-2 pitch, Stevens comes set, kicks and deals, fastball misses high, and they got a runner at third and a run down. They're going to go back and forth in the pickle from home to third. He runs out of the baseline. He's out. That'll end the inning. So good defensive play by Murphy. He jumped up like he was throwing to second, and he got the young rookie, Pete Crow Armstrong, with his hand in the cookie jar. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
So how did you two meet?
Actually, we met in the gym locker room.
Yeah. Actually, it was in gym class. I was trying to climb the ropes, and was spotting me. And I kept slipping and burning my thighs. And then finally I slipped and I fell on his head. And we've been close ever since.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
If only the world was less like this.
I could use a smoke.
Hey, put that out.
And more like this.
I could use a smoke.
You
I might have children one day.
If you're around a smoker, you will die. Smokers may look relaxed and like they're having fun. Don't believe it. Vote yes on Proposition 421. Let's outlaw smoking everywhere, even in people's homes. Let's live in a world without smokers. Prohibition works. Let's prove it. Let's move up the food chain. It's time to smoke the smokers. Vote yes on Proposition 421.
Armchair.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Despite the ban, the Pythians became the first recorded all-black team to play a white team, the Philadelphia City Items, a group of newspapermen. The Pythians won 27-17. Their captain, Octavius Cato, was later killed in a Philadelphia race riot.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. This is what Bryce Elder has done in recent memory. The last 7 days, his ERA is 9.82. The last 15 days, it's 8.31. The last 30 days, it's 4.88. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. In the month of August is the 1-0 pitch. Misses high, 1-1. Actually, let's take it back to the month of July, 5.96. August was a 4.88 ERA. And September, before tonight, which it's going to go up, was a 4.57 ERA. The 1-1 pitch was fouled off. It's 1-2. The short of it is that's not a pitcher on a roster that goes to the postseason. The 1-2 pitch down and in, 2-2. So it really makes you wonder what their game plan is going to be for that. If Morton can't come back, is the 2-2 pitch swing and a miss, strike 3. So Austin Riley down on strikes here in the bottom of the fourth. Braves trail 5-0. Matt Olson comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Olson is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The one way you could get a guy like Jackson Stevens on that roster is if you move someone because of an IL stint. And there's one way around that is the 0-1 pitch down out inside. It's 1-1. If you just feel like Elder has absolutely spit the bit and you can't rely on him, you could move him to the 60-day IL, move Jackson Stevens onto the playoff roster and use him in a bullpen game type situation along with Tonkin and others. You got a 1-2 count to Olson. 1 out, lefty-lefty matchup, pitch on the way. Down and in, it's 1-2. The 1-2. Steele comes set. Caught, looking, strike 3. Not sure what Olson was waiting for there, but that was right down the pipe. And they're still away. So 2 down. Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. Ozuna takes the first pitch down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, pops it up. Easy playable can of corn over to second base. That'll end the inning, and the Braves trail 5-0. We head to the 5th inning here in Atlanta.
This is the greatest baseball team name that has ever existed. They are the Florence Yalls. They are based in Florence, Kentucky. And you might be asking yourself, how do they get this name? The baseball team is named after the water tower in town, which says Florence Yall on it, which was previously Florence Mall, but the state of Kentucky told the city to change it because the mall hadn't been built yet. And this is the best part. Wait, the mascot is the town's water tower. I am buying stock on the Florence Yalls. I am all in.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
We went in the lobby there, went up to the desk and said, "What room is the babe in?" And the clerk told him. So what a different time it was. So we went to the elevator, went up the elevator to the floor, went to the door. The door was open by one of the largest men I've ever seen in my life. He was the color of mahogany. And Uncle Rolf said, "Is the babe here?" And this man turned over his shoulder and said, "Babe, there's some people out here to see you." Then I realized who it was that had opened the door. It was Gehrig. And I was amazed at Gehrig. And Gehrig stepped back, and Babe Ruth came out. He had a big cigar in one hand and a drink in the other. And he said, "Hello." I said, "Babe, these boys have come up to see you. They're great fans of yours." He said, "Well, I'm glad to hear it, and I'm glad to see you boys." And he put his hand out, and my little 9-year-old cousin shook his hand, and I shook his hand, and he said, "I've been so glad to see you," and shut the door and went back in. And that's my Babe Ruth story.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Chicago Cubs. It's 5-0. We head to the top of the 5th inning. Jackson Stevens will go back out there to the mound. Once again, when you look at those numbers, I think we're easily fooled because he had such a great start to the season, but Bryce Elder has just been awful since July. First pitch up top for a ball. It's 1-0 to Suzuki. The 1-0 pitch misses inside, 2-0. And they've already decided they're going to transform Kyle Wright into the bullpen. This is the 2-0. Inside, got the benefit of the call. I'm not sure about that one, but I'll take it. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Pitch on the way from Stevens. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. The 2-2 delivery. High and inside, ball 3. So a full count to Suzuki. He's 2 for 2. The single, a triple, and 2 RBI. Pitch on the way. Swung on, foul down the line. Do it again at 3-2. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to short. Arcias got it. Fires it over to first. 5-3 put out for out number 1. So 1 down. Dansby Swanson will come to the plate. He's 0 for 1. Walk in the third, a run, a stolen base. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swung on, hits it high. Not very deep into center field. Underneath it is Michael Harris, the second. 2 down. Colorado beat the Dodgers 4-1 earlier, cutting the Braves' magic number of the National League to 2. The Orioles lead 1-0 over Washington. So that magic number is sitting at 3. First pitch to Morel, misses high for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. It's 1-1. Honestly, if they can figure out a way to get him on the rosters, the 1-1 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. Some kind of a bullpen game of Jackson Stevens, Tonkin, Jesse Chavez to start it off. I'd take that over what we've seen from Elder the past 3 months. And Elder was always going to have those issues because he does not have swing and miss stuff. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on, hit hard on the ground, foul down the line. It's 1-2. I do think he develops into a really good pitcher, but when you're out there with dead arm, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see him go to the IL soon. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, tapped off the plate. We'll do it again. The 1-2. Stevens lets her fly, swung on, just got a piece of that, staying alive. We'll do it again. So a 1-2 count to from Stevens to Morel. Pretty good battle here. This will be the 6th pitch of the at-bat. The 1-2. High and out of the zone, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and pops it up back foul. So we'll go at it one more time, a 1-2 count. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, rifled into the right field against the shift. Braves are playing Morel to pull. He shot it in between the 4-3 hole. Huge gap over there. As Ozzie Albies was essentially standing behind second base. The runner on first and 2 outs. One on, 2 away. Gomes, the number 8 hitter, comes to the plate. He's 1 for 2, takes the first pitch off plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch on the way, swung on, hit high, not very deep, into the glove of Ronald Acuna Jr. in right field. That'll end the inning. Well, we haven't had one of these in a while. A scoreless 5th. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. In the heart of the order, coming to the plate.
On June 30th, 1996, the Los Angeles Dodgers are playing the Colorado Rockies Coors Field. The game included 7 lead changes, 38 hits, and 10 home runs. 11 pitchers made their way into the game, and all 11 of them gave up at least 1 run, and 5 of them suffered a blown save, a major league record. 14 of the 18 half innings saw a run cross the plate. The Dodgers hit 6 home runs, including 3 on back-to-back-to-back pitches in the second inning. Colorado Rockies second baseman Eric Young stole 6 bases. 3 of them came in the third inning when he stole second, third, and home. Speaking of stolen bases, there were 10 in the game. In the 7th, Steve Reed throws the last scoreless half inning on 7 pitches. With 2 outs and a runner on first in the 9th, the losing pitcher, Todd Worrell, had pitched twice in the series already and had not allowed a run in the series until that day. The winning pitcher, Bruce Ruffin, turned a 2-run lead into a 1-run deficit in his lone inning. The game took 4 hours and 20 minutes to complete. It was, at the time, the longest 9-inning game in National League history. 2.5 months later, Hideo Nomo would return to Coors Field, and he threw a no-hitter, the only one in Coors Field history.
On October 14th, 1992, the Pittsburgh Pirates were in Atlanta, facing the Braves in the 7th and deciding game of the National League Championship Series. With 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, Pittsburgh led 2-1, but Atlanta had the bases loaded. A pinch hitter, Francisco Cabrera, who had had only 10 at-bats all season, was at the plate.
And now the Braves season hangs in the balance. He hacked at the 2-0, now the 2-1. Line drive and a base hit! Just as the score...
With the tying run in, most assumed that the runner on second, Sid Bream, hobbled by 5 knee operations, would be held at third. But the third base coach sent Bream anyway.
Bream to the plate! And he is safe! Safe at the plate! The Braves go to the World Series!
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, bottom of the 5th, trail by 5. Lando Arcia coming to the plate. It'll be Arcia, Harris, and Murphy due up. Steele goes back to work. The first pitch on the way, swung on, foul, back out of play. It's 0-1. Chicago 5, Atlanta nothing. The 0-1 pitch swung on, rifled down the right field line. Just foul. Looked like that might have, man, looking at that a second time, that almost looked like it went over the bag fair. They called it foul. We're not getting another look at it. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, 1-2. Love to see a replay of that, but neither broadcast is showing it. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. Yeah, I had my pick to click was Acuna, but I probably should have went with the Cub. The 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to third. Scooping it is Master Boney. He flips it over to first. 5-3 put out. And there's one away. I was going with Acuna because I wanted to see him maybe get at least one, if not both of his stolen bases that he needs to get 70. But he's actually looked mesmerized by Steele. First pitch on the way to Harris is swung on, fouled out of play. It's 0-1. Last few times they've come off a day off, Braves bats have not been alive, and that is a problem because we're going to have 5 days off next time around. The 0-1 pitch swung on, rifled into left field. That gets through for a base hit in between the 5-6 hole, and here come your Atlanta Braves. One on, one out. Sean Murphy coming to play. Murphy's 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the second. First pitch on the way to Murphy is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Baltimore leads Washington 1-0, top of the 9th. They've got their closer Cano in. The 0-1 from Steele. Swung on, foul, back out of play. It's 0-2. Same pitch that he got into chase on the last pitch of the at-bat. Murphy goes out of the zone one more time. So it's an 0-2 count to Murph. Lefty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded over to short. It's going to be a 6-4-3 easy double play with the slow-running Murphy. We will be back in a flash. Top of the 6th. Braves trail 5-0.
So, from now on, no more easygoing, devil-may-care, everybody's best friend dad. I'm cracking down, and I'm cracking down hard. Starting right now, fun time is over.
So where was I for fun time?
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Wendy's only makes one kind of breakfast, your new favorite one. How do we do it? With fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, and flaky croissants. You know, the things your old breakfast wasn't doing. So toss that old news and its soggy eggs somewhere useful. And get to Wendy's. A sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, and honey butter chicken biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
His livelihood was taken away after the 1920 season, and with it, really, his life. He lived another 30 years, but not very happily.
Joe Jackson played outlaw baseball in South Georgia for a time, then ran a liquor store in Greenville, South Carolina. Ty Cobb once came in for a fifth of bourbon. Jackson did not seem to recognize his old rival. Cobb finally asked, "Don't you know me, Joe?" "Sure, I know you, Ty," Jackson answered. "I just didn't think anyone I used to know up there wanted to recognize me again."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. It's about that time to turn back time as we head to the sixth inning. Atlanta trails 5-0. Jackson Stevens will go back to work. First pitch on the way. It's right there for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on, rifled into center field. That'll get down for a base hit. And another leadoff runner is on for the Chicago Cubs. On this date, 1908, Cubs right-hander Ed Rollback pitches 2 shutouts on the same day. He whitewashes the Brooklyn Super Bows, later known as the Dodgers, in the opener of a 5-hitter and a 3-0 on 3 hits in the nightcap. First pitch on the way to Talkman is dropped down for a bunt. It says Talkman on your screen, but that was Peter Crow Armstrong. Remember, he pinch ran for Talkman. Drops it down for a bunt. It'll be a sac bunt, though. He was trying to bunt on for a base hit. The entire Washington Park doubleheader on that day in 1908 takes less than 3 hours to complete. Nico Horner comes to the plate. Horner, the number 2 hitter, takes the first pitch. Right there at the knees. Should have been a strike, but called for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Up top for a strike. It's 1-1. Stevens comes set. The 1-1. Swung on. Foul down the line. It's 1-2. Runner on second. 1 out. Braves trail 5-0, still with 4 more at bats to play with the rest of this way. The 1-2 pitch swung on, rifled into right field against the defense once again. Runner had to hold up at second. He'll stop at third. So you got runners on the corners and 1 out again. And Ian Happ coming to the plate. On this date, 1954, with 3 hits in the season finale, Willie Mays wins the batting title, finishing the campaign with a .345 average. The Say Hey Kid goes third to first in batting average with his performance, passing teammate Don Miller and Dodger center fielder Duke Snider. First pitch on the way to Ian Happ is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. It's 1-1. Ian Happ 0 for 3, a ground out, 2 flyouts. Arizona and the White Sox, they are tied at 4 in the 5th. Arizona still batting with the bases loaded, nobody out. The 1-1 pitch swung on, hit over the glove of Stevens into center field. That'll be a run. Went off the glove of Stevens, just trickled off the glove, but had enough to get through the infield. And it's 6-0 Chicago. Unbelievable. He kind of alligator armed that. I think if he would have extended, he makes the catch, but it might have jumped on him kind of quickly. Runner on first and second, 1 out. That'll bring Bellinger to the plate. This must be what it's like to face the Braves. It seems like Bellinger has batted every inning. First pitch on the way to Bellinger, swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it, flips it to short. Arcia fires it down first, and it is a 4-6-3 inning-ending double play. But not before the Cubs put 1 on the board. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail 6-0 here in the 6th.
What did you do?
I gave him a new look. It's cute, huh?
Yeah, it's cute. That's the problem. I don't need other girls to see him walking around like sex on a stick.
She's right, I'm too hot.
The controversial Carlos Correa, who just signed a contract with the Twins, has a lot of playoff experience. In fact, he has 45 playoff wins, which is more than the entire Minnesota Twins franchise has, with only 33. Tom Brady initially retired on February 1st before unretiring 40 days later on March 13th. Carlos Beltran was briefly the Mets manager from November 1st, 2019, before stepping down 76 days later on January 16th. This means that Carlos Beltran was the Mets manager longer than Tom Brady was retired.
Armchair. Gosh sake, you've been arguing for 2 weeks. Now stop it. Help me with this crossword puzzle. I need a 4-letter word for disappointment.
Eric.
It fits.
Just outside the old Huntington Avenue ballpark, home of the Boston Pilgrims of the New American League, stood the Third Base Saloon, so called because it was the fans' last stop on the way home. Its owner was the bartender, Mike Magee, known as Nuff Said, because he was the final arbiter of all barroom disputes. His customers, Irish immigrants mostly, called themselves the Royal Rooters and considered themselves the most loyal of all Boston fans, though their loyalty was actually comparatively new. They had been National League fans until the National Leaguers raised ticket prices 2 years earlier.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 6-0. Six runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Cubs. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Braves. If Justin Steele hadn't had a couple of real bad outings recently, you could start making the argument for the Cy Young again, but he really spit the bit last week. First pitch on the way to Pilar is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, rifled foul down the line. It's 1-1. Kevin Pillar struck out in the third. The 1-1 down and in, 2-1. Steele sitting at just 75 pitches as well. So the Braves really have not done a good job of getting the count too high. It's pretty manageable right now. The 2-1 pitch, outside wide, ball 3. So a 3-1 count. Lefty-righty matchup. Swing, and that ball's blasted high and deep, going back on the track at the wall. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a, ding-dong, a solo shot, and your Atlanta Braves are finally on the board. Kevin Pillar, his 9th home run of the year, 31st RBI, 425 happy feet. The Braves fans can finally make some noise at 6-1. That was a banger, and she gone. So maybe that'll get them going here. Ronald Acuna Jr. steps in. First pitch on the way to Ronnie. Swung on and fouled away for a strike. They must have hit a grand slam. It's now 8-4 in Arizona, leading Chicago 8-4. The 0-1 pitch, check swing, dribbles it over to second. Acuna walks down the first base line. It's the best way you can describe it. There's one away. The fans won't do it, but if they'll start booing him for not giving any kind of an effort going down the line. So first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies. That ball is rifled down the right field line. That is down for a base hit. That is up against the wall. Here comes Ozzie. He rounds around first, heads in second. His second double of the night, hustling the whole way. Runner on second, one out. Here come the Braves. Good piece of hitting by Ozzie. Hit it against the Chicago outfield, was playing him to pull. It's almost surprising he didn't end up on third, but Suzuki really hustled over there. Austin Riley comes to the plate 0-2 with a ground out, a strikeout. First pitch on the way. At the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Down and in. 1-1. Austin Riley's 0-2. His batting average is at 281 and OPS at 859 for the year. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and fouls that out of play. It's 1-2. Same two teams back at it tomorrow night and Thursday night. 3-game series, all 3 games, 7:20 first pitch. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves right here on Braves Country Radio. The 1-2 pitch. Whoa, outside, way outside. Hanging curveball, 2-2. The 2-2 count. On the way, swung on, rifled down the left field line. Just foul. Into the second deck. There was one fan down there that I don't think understands the rules of the game. He was celebrating, but that ball went far left of the foul pole. The 2-2 pitch. Outside wide. Ball 3. So a full count to Riley. Ozzie on second. Olsen stands on deck. Braves trail by 5. The 3-2 way outside, ball 4. Riley will head down to first. On this date, 1979, Braves knuckleballer Phil Negro evens his record at 20-20 when he goes the distance for his 20th win of the season, beating the Astros in Atlanta 9-4. Nugsy beats his brother Joe, who earned his 20th victory 4 days ago in Cincinnati. Remember, that was one of my grandfather loved the Necro brothers. He loved knuckleball pitchers. One of the main reasons why I have a Phil Necro jersey. Matt Olson will now come to the plate with runners on first and second. Remember, he hit one against Steele in Chicago. One swing could make this game very, very interesting. The first pitch on the way. Check swing, foul down the line. It's 0-1. Braves trail 6-1, but we got runners on first and second, 1 out. Bottom of the 6th. Still a long way to go in this one with a very potent offense. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered down the left field line. That's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Ozzie. He'll cruise on home for a second run of the game. It's 6-2. Atlanta chipping away. Hit them where they ain't. They were playing Olsen to pull, and he just shot it down the line. David Ross is coming out of the dugout. That would tend to think that means that's the end of the game for Steele. And if you remember, this is where we got him last time. We knocked him out with 5 1/3. So there's something to that. We will be back in a flash, Braves country. It ain't over yet. Don't go anywhere.
Reardon delivers. There's a fly ball, deep left center field. Right looking up. He did it. He did it. Bob Horner has become the 11th player in baseball history to hit 4 homers in one game.
I get to Anaheim, I know nobody, and I sit in my locker, and I'm just kind of like hoping somebody would notice me. Tommy Lasorda is the manager. He goes over the pitching lineup, and I don't even think there's a chance I pitch. And then he tells me I'm pitching second. So now I'm completely nervous. Rick Russell starting, Wade Boggs, Bo Jackson, number 1 and number 2 hitters. I'm trying to get to the bullpen, and no one will take me there. Veterans are like, hey, we want to watch the first inning, because back then starters go 3 innings, right? 2 minimum. So I'm sitting in a dugout. Rick Russell's getting beat up. Tommy Lasorda gets on the bullpen phone, and he says, hey, get Smoltzy up. And I'm right here. And he's like, kid, what are you doing? And I said, I have no idea how to get to the bullpen. He goes, how many pitches is it going to take you? I said, literally 7. It's 7 pitches. I'm in my first All-Star game. I forgot everything anybody told me. I get first and third, 1 out, Bo Jackson up. I'd already seen him hit one 440 feet, and I'm just trying to get a double play ball. 2-hopper to Ozzie Smith to Ryan Sandberg. He beats it out. I get the loss. Nolan Ryan, the oldest pitcher ever to get the win. I was the youngest pitcher to ever get the loss.
Armchair.
Ruth, is your contract 2 years. Has to be agreed upon. Will you kindly sign it?
Yes, sir, Colonel.
In 1930, just months after the stock market crashed, Babe Ruth signed a 2-year contract that paid him $80,000 a season, more money than any player had ever been paid in the history of the game. When a reporter asked him whether it was unseemly in the midst of the Depression to be getting a bigger salary than President Herbert Hoover, he answered, why not? I had a better year than he did.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We've got one more to squeeze in. On this date, 1961 at New York Yankee Stadium, Roger Maris ties Babe Ruth's 34-year-old single-season record, 60th home run of the year, thrown by Orioles right-hander Jack Fisher. The Sluggers homer comes in the 159th game of the expanded season, keeping Ruth as a single-season home run leader, according to Commissioner Ford Frick, who ruled the mark be shared or broken. Historic round tripper would be an asterisk to come in the 154th game of the season. If it did not come in the 154th game of the season, of course, that asterisk would be removed in the 1990s, long after Maris had passed away. Marcell Ozuna will face Cuas, and Jose Cuas, first pitch, fastball right down the plate, 93 miles an hour, kind of a sweeping pitch, sweeping delivery. It's 0-1. The 0-1 lets her rip, outside wide, 1-1. JC kind of has we'll call it like a 3/4 delivery. Comes from the long side of third base. The right-hander lets her fly inside, 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Marcell Ozuna. One swing could make this a one-run game. Tying run stands on deck in the form of the Magic Kingdom, Orlando Arcia. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, rifled into left field, going back on, off the track, over the wall, off the wall, excuse me. Here comes Austin Riley. He will score. They had to hold up a minute because they weren't sure if they were going to make the catch. That ball was hit so hard and so quickly, got over the left fielder's head. How? That the runners didn't have a chance to get a great jump. But Ozuna comes through as it goes off the track, off the wall, bounces high. He stands at second. Olsen stands at third, 1 out, and the Braves are now just a single away from making this a one-run game. First pitch on the way, inside for a ball. It's 1-0. That's what you got to love about this 2023 Braves team. There's no score that's ever out of reach. The 1-0. JC comes set. Pitch, wind up. Here it goes. Swing and pops it up. High in the sky. Can of corn. Who wants it? Nico Horner gets it. And there's 2 away. So a bad at bat by Arcia, but that'll bring Michael Harris II to the plate. Of course, remember, Arcia was in that number 6 spot because a lefty was on the mound. I do wonder if they will attempt to go that route in the postseason, because then you put him up high in the lineup when a righty comes in. First pitch on the way from JC to Harris is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 92 up top. It's 0-2. Harris chasing that one a little bit out of the zone. So he's got 2 strikes on him. Needs to shorten up this swing a bit. A Punch and Judy single is a 2-run score. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled back out of play. Do it again, it's 0-2. Appears that Harris is having a hard time seeing the ball coming out of his hand. Like I said, he's got kind of a 3/4 release, and Harris just appears to be a little bit behind. The 0-2 pitch. Good Lord Almighty. Oh, mercy. They said he did not go around, but I'll tell you what, it looked like he offered it that one. Luckily, third base umpire Phil Cousy didn't see it that way. So a 1-2 count to Harris. Pitch comes set. High and inside. 2-2. It's got such a funky delivery. I don't know who it's more difficult on, the righties or the lefties, because it's just kind of explodes out of his hand. The 2-2. Caught looking strike 3. So once again, Harris, he had no shot in that at bat. He was hoping that ball hit him. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Braves put 3 on the board. Cut the lead in half. We'll be back in just a moment.
Do you know why I pulled you over? Because I was at the stop sign for too long? Why was you just sitting there? I was just waiting for it to turn green. Where you headed? I'm headed home. Okay, where you live? With my parents. Okay, and where do your parents live? They live with me. Okay, so where's your house? It's next to my neighbor's house. Step out the car, please. I'm going to jail.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The day after the Black Sox were acquitted, Judge Landis barred all 8 players for life. None of them ever played Major League Baseball again. Judge Landis and the club owners had done their best to reassure the public that the game's honesty had been restored, but fans remained skeptical. Something or someone else was needed to revive their shattered faith.
But I tell you what, here comes a guy with big, broad shoulders and skinny legs, and he could hit that ball out of the ballpark. See, a lot of people had stopped going to baseball, and here comes Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth started hitting that ball out the ballpark and then brought him back.
Swung, line drive, left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves put 3 on the board. They're back in this one. Started with the home run of Pilar. Pierce Johnson's going to come on for your Atlanta Braves. Baltimore did win their game 1-0 against Washington. So we won't gain any ground there unless we come back and win this one. The Dodgers lost the first game of their doubleheader against the Rockies earlier today. First pitch on the way from Pierce is 96 up top. Looked at touch high, but got the call. It's 0-1. They are leading 5-0 in Colorado in the second game. In the third, the 0-1 pitch swung on, fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. The Reds came back and won. That's must have been a heck of a game because I saw it was 6-4 in the third. The 0-2 pitch from Pierce. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good pitch by Pierce Johnson. Nice curveball, and there's one away. We'll hit that scoreboard while we got a moment. A little bit of scoreboard watching. We'll just hit the ones that are relevant to the Major League Baseball playoff race. First pitch on the way to Dansby Swanson is called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Swanson 0 for 2. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball wide, 1-1. Dodgers 5-0 over Colorado in the third. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, they're in extra innings. It's 4-4. 2-2 in the 10th. I don't know where I got the 4 from. I guess I was adding the 2 runs together. The 1-1 pitch swung on, hit down the line, deep into the right field corner, but making the catch at the wall is Ronald Acuna Jr. for a long, loud out, number 2. New York 2-0 over Toronto. That game is in the 9th. Tampa Bay 7-6 over Boston in the 8th. First pitch on the way from Pierce Johnson to Morel is a curveball in the dirt. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Arizona 9-4 over the White Sox. That game is heading to the 6th inning. Rangers and Angels are just about to begin. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Later on tonight, not yet started yet. Houston and Seattle, 10:05. First pitch, and that's about it as far as games of interest. The Miami Mets game was rained out. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Great clean inning by Pierce Johnson. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves set to face Javier Assad. He's coming out of the bullpen. Last time we saw Assad, he was a part of a bullpen game, and he got the start. Remember, he went a few innings. Sean Murphy will lead us off here. First pitch on the way to Sean from Assad is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, high and inside, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Eddie Rosario is on deck. So he'll be hitting for Pilar. Murphy trying to get on to get things going here. The 2-0 pitch. Inside, down and low, ball 3. So a 3-0 count. On deck is Eddie Rosario. The 3-0 pitch. Outside, ball 4. Good at bat by Murphy, making him throw a strike, and he could not. 1 on. Nobody out. Easy Eddie coming to the plate. Eddie Rosario. You know, it's funny. I have, because we did the second game on Sunday night and he was getting the seat, I feel like it's been a week since I've seen Eddie. The first pitch on the way to Eddie is 93 just off the plate, but called for a wide strike number 1. It's 0-1. Braves 3, Cubs 6. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th. The 0-1 pitch swung on, golf foul back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. Standing on deck is Ronald Acuna Jr. If they can keep it going, it's Ozzie, Riley, Olsen all due up. Be a good time to visit the chop house here for Rosario. The 0-2 pitch. Lets her fly. Swing and fouls it away. Do it again at 0-2. (0-2). Assad, righty comes set, flips it up there, swing and a miss, strike 3. Eddie Rosario down on strikes. And there's one away. Arizona all over the White Sox. That one's 11-4. At one point, they trailed. It was either 4-0 or 4-1, but they looked like they were the ones in trouble, and now they're just pounding the White Sox. They're in the thick of the NL wildcard race. Here comes Acuna. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is check swing foul. It's 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr., 40 home runs, 101 RBI, sitting on that 68 stolen bases. If he can get on with the base in front of him, you know he's going to try to go. The 0-1, high and inside, 1-1. The 1-1. Assad comes set, lets her go. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. That was right down Main Street. I have no idea how he missed that. That looked like one of those pitches that Acuna normally takes to the moon. So a 1-2 count to Ronnie. He's 0-for-3 with 2 groundouts and a strikeout. The righty comes set, pitch on the way, swung on, lifted high and deep into right field, going back on the track. Is it off the wall? It is over the wall. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama ding dong, his 41st shot of the year, 103 happy feet. Or, sorry, 103 miles an hour off the bat, 344 happy feet. Rock 'em, sock 'em, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Your Atlanta Braves have cut it to a 1-run lead. He timed that perfectly. Shot it over there to the right side. You could tell he held his swing back just a hair and tattooed it over the right field wall. First pitch to Ozzy's a swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-1. Braves once trailed 6-0 at 6-5. The 0-1 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-2. The 0-2. On the way, swung on, golf towards right field. That'll be caught by Suzuki, and there's 2 away. Didn't quite get enough on that one to get it down for a base hit. So there's 2 down, and Austin Riley will come to the plate. Riley oh for 2. First pitch on the way to Riley's a hanging slider. Man, you would have liked to have seen him slap that one. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Riley. Swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 to Austin. 2 outs. The pitch on the way. Down and away, 1-2. The 0-2 pitch. Outside wide. Or 1-2 pitch outside wide, 2-2. Get you caught up on the scoreboard. Moments ago, Philadelphia wins in a walk-off in the bottom of the 10th. 2-2 pitch, caught looking, strike 3. That is the third time we've had guys just not even offer at a pitch right down the pipe with 2 strikes. We'll be back in a flash. Hopefully get some smelling salts for Riley. The Braves trail by just 1 heading to the 8th.
Veganism is the sad result of a morally corrupt mind. Reconsider your life.
When I grow up, I want to work for a woke company, like super woke.
When I grow up, I want to be hired based on what I look like
rather than my skills.
I want to be judged by my political beliefs.
I want to get promoted
based on my chromosomes. When I grow up, I want to be offended by my coworkers
and walk around the office
on eggshells and have my words policed
by HR.
Words like grandfather,
peanut gallery,
long time no see,
no can do.
When I grow up,
I want to be obsessed with emotional safety
and do workplace sensitivity training
all day long. When I grow up, I want to climb the corporate ladder.
Just by following the crowd.
I want to be a conformist. I want to weaponize my pronoun.
Armchair. This year, choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3 ounce serving. Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
So I was talking to my neighbor because I heard some commotion going on at his house. And I was like, what the hell was going on at your house? He said, girl, I had 2 girls fighting over my ass and I had to call the cops. I was like, damn. He said, yeah, I had to call the cops because the ugly one was winning.
We would play ball in the afternoon and down to the auditorium. That night, we would all go down to here, Duke Ellington. That's father. Huh? The best in the world. We knew him. You know what I mean? Buddy. We ate together. This was actually an exciting era. Yeah.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Trail this one just 6-5 now. Eddie Rosario will come in and play left field. Pierce Johnson will go back out. He just threw 9 pitches in that first inning of work. First pitch on the way from Pierce is a curveball down and away to Yan Gomes for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. PJ lets her fly. Swing and a miss. Chases that curveball off the plate. It's 1-1. Couple of games have yet to get going in Major League Baseball. The only game that really matters is the Houston-Seattle game. The 1-1 pitch swung on, popped up, foul out of play. It's 1-2. In that game, you've got the Houston Astros a few games in front of the Mariners. They play tonight. They play tomorrow. And then Seattle welcomes in Texas for a 4-game series. Seattle really has to put the pedal to the metal down. If they have any chance of making the playoffs. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is roasted into left field. A one-hopper into the glove of Eddie Rosario, and it's another leadoff runner for the Chicago Cubs. 5th time tonight they've had the leadoff runner on. And Snicker is now going to make the pitching change. So how about that? It's like, what are we doing? Snicker's going to make the pitching change. The lefty Brad Hand's going to come on. We'll see if Yelton's favorite batter will come to the plate or not. We'll be back in a flash.
I need you to be honest with me. I am being honest with you, dude. This is going to go a lot easier if you're honest. And I will. Yeah, dude. Yeah. What are you on right now? Cloud 9. What? On Cloud 9? No, what are you on right now? You gotta be honest. I'm on one, dude. Stop. What are you on right now, man? TikTok, what? Instagram, all of them. I'm on all of them. I'm not talking about your ads. Drugs. Sure, if you got some.
Armchair. What your favorite type of ice cream says about you. If your favorite type of ice cream is chocolate or vanilla, you're a classic person. You tend to keep to yourself. You do have a lot of friends, though, and you're a pretty dope person. Now, if your favorite type of ice cream is pistachio, you either have a taste bud issue or you're 50. That's it. Now, chocolate chip cookie dough, you, my friend, are smart, immaculate, beautiful. Now, I don't know why, but when someone says their favorite ice cream is cotton candy, they're either 5 or they smell like the entire Bath and Body Works store. And if your favorite ice cream is coffee, you, my friend, have a coffee addiction. You should probably get that checked out.
Things change so fast in the United States. All of us had the experience, even by the time we're 40 often, of going back to the place where we grew up and finding everything changed. And something about baseball seems to tie us into that change, or to link us, to carry us across the decades and the times. As the new players come up and the old, formerly new players become old, there's a kind of continuity to it that we don't find in our neighborhoods, where the old factory is torn down, condominiums go up, and baseball, for all its changes, continues. 3 strikes are still an out.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Philadelphia Phillies have clinched a wild card berth, and they will host the first round against possibly the Chicago Cubs. Team still in the mix for that would be Arizona, Cincinnati with an outside chance to get in. Not much of a chance to end up as the 5 seed. 5 seed. Miami Marlins, who were rained out tonight. More on that in a second. Brad Hand comes in, and he will face Mastroboni. The first pitch on the way. Master B drops a bunt. Foul down the line. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Hand comes set. Kicks and deals. Bunt right back to the mound, and Hand chops it down to second. Arcia makes the play. Runner way too fast to get him heading down to first, but we get the force out. Fielder's choice if you're scoring at home. So they were trying to bunt over the runner. But instead, you got runner on first, 1 out, Hand on the mound. So lefty on the mound staring at the runner at first. Be interesting to see if Chicago may run anyways. Coming to the plate is Patrick Wisdom now. Wisdom in to hit for Pete Crow Armstrong. First pitch on the way to Wisdom, 92 up top. Good pitch by Brad. It's 1-0. Tomorrow, there will be a doubleheader in Queens with the Marlins facing the Mets. The 0-1 pitch, way outside wide, and a good ball to run on. Runner heads down to second base. He picked the perfect pitch, the wide sweeper. Mastroboni has his 13th stolen base of the year. Got a pretty good jump, and that sweeper, there was no way he was going to get to him. The 1-1 pitch swung on, bang foul off the plate. It's 1-2. Right now, I didn't see all the comments, but right now the Braves will play the winner of Phillies. If it ended today, Phillies versus Arizona. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Wisdom. Check swing and a miss, strike 3. So 2 down, good pitch by hand. Essentially, the thing about Chicago is they do not own the tiebreaker versus the Marlins or Arizona. So they have to have more wins than either Miami or Arizona to get into the playoffs. First pitch on the way to the right-handed bat of Nico Horner is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch on the way, swung on, grounded over to third. Riley's got it, scoops it, flips it to first. 5-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the magical bottom of the 8th inning where your Atlanta Braves have scored more runs than anybody in baseball. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What does that smell?
That's East River.
You're swimming in the East River? Yeah. The most heavily trafficked, overly contaminated waterway on the eastern seaboard?
Technically, Norfolk has more gross tonnage.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The most pugnacious Oriole of them all was the third baseman, John Joseph McGraw. McGraw was born in Truxton, New York, the first of 8 children of an Irish immigrant railroad worker and his wife. When diphtheria struck his village in 1884, one by one, he watched as first his mother and then 4 of his brothers and sisters died. His father took out his grief and anger on his son, beating him so often and so mercilessly that at 12 he feared for his life and ran away from home. He supported himself at odd jobs until he won himself a place on the Olean, New York professional team at 16, and never again willingly took orders from any man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by just 1 run. We will head to the plate facing our old friend Drew Smiley. Drew Smiley set to face Matt Olson, Marcell Ozuna, and Orlando Arcia. Lefty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way from Smiley is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Down and in. 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Olson. Braves have trailed all game long. Smiley comes set. Pitch on the way. 93-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe. 2-1. Olson taking all the way on that one. The 2-1 to Olson. Smiley looks in. Gets the sign from Gomes. Here he goes. Swing and fouls it back out of play. 2-2. A 2-2 count. Braves trail 6-5, bottom of 8. Smiley lets her fly. In the dirt, ball 3. So a 3-2 count. Marcell Ozuna stands on deck. Olson asks for time. Gets back in the box. The payoff pitch. Swung on, grounded foul down the line. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. Olson circling around, motions to the crowd, tells everyone to hit that like button one more time so we can get that sign down and bring us some good luck here in the 8th inning. The 3-2 pitch. Lefty-lefty matchup. Smiley kicks and deals. Down and away. Ball 4. So Matt Olson heads her on down to first base. Atlanta Braves tying run. I often thought about this. When we get to the postseason, if we're in a similar situation, you need that run to score. Do you think that they would pinch run for Matt Olson and take his bat out of the lineup? Because that'll be a tough decision. First pitch on the way to Ozuna. Looked like it missed the plate, but they called it a wide strike. It's 0-1. All in all, a good game called by Dan Bellino behind home plate. The 0-1 pitch. In the dirt, bounces away, and that'll easily send Mr. Matt Olson down to second. I guess when Olson goes from first to second, I need to get a sound bite of like an old pickup truck firing up. It's not really a motorcycle sound. That was a wild pitch. I mean, wild with a capital W. I think it must have hit the plate because it kicked high. The 1-1, swing and a miss. Just over the top of that, it's 1-2. The 1-2. Runner on second. Nobody out. Pitch on the way. In the dirt. That ball gets away. And Olson, I thought about it, but he heads back to second. I'd say most of the guys on the team make it over to third, but Olson, he at least knows his limitations. He didn't want to get thrown out at third. So Olson stands on second. A 2-2 count. The pitch on the way from Smiley. Lets her fly. Swing and just... I think he actually got a piece of that. Ozuna thought that he had... Well, I guess they called him out. The home plate umpire made the motion like he might have made contact, but I guess maybe he was trying to motion that it was a live ball. So it'll be a strikeout and a throw out down to first. Olson stays at second. 1 out. Arcia stands in, and the first pitch is high above the letters. It's 1-0. Orlando Arcia 0 for 3 with 2 ground outs, a pop out. Standing on deck is Money Mike. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0. After Arcia, 2 of the next 3 batters are lefties. The 2-0 to Orlando. Pitch on the way, swung on, banged foul down the third base line. It's 2-1. Olson at second with 1 out. Base hit should score him unless it's sharply hit to a fielder. The 2-1 pitch in the dirt, 3-1, and that ball gets far, far away. And this time, Olson does motor on down to third base. Taken off, the ball went up against the brick wall, came back, but it ricocheted so far out and away, there was no way for them to score. I mean, for them to get them. So the Cubs now have the infield in, the tying run 90 feet away, the 3-1 pitch from Smiley. Pitch on the way, inside, ball 4. Runners on the corners, albeit not 2 of our faster runners, but you've got runners on the corners. Money Mike is coming to the plate. With his speed, he would be hard to double up, and they will pinch run Forrest Wall for Arcia, which means Nicky Lopez will come in defensively in the next inning. So Wall has an opportunity to possibly steal a base here and keep us out of the double play. A lot of things going on right now, but the game right now is at the plate. Smiley comes set, the pitch on the way, takes a swing and a miss. At 1 in the dirt, it's 0-1. Michael Harris, 2 for 3 with a double and a single. The Cubs are in double play depth, although they are playing Harris to pull, so there is a gap in between short and third where nobody is standing at all. The 0-1 pitch takes another swing and a hack at a pitch in the dirt. Harris outmatched in this at bat. So far, it's 0-2. Harris is 2 for 3. You'd like to see him shorten up that swing a little bit. Let's try to get something to the outfield. Even if you can just make contact at dribbler, it'll score Olson. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Why not try it again? They will. Strike 3. Harris absolutely schooled on that one. He'll go take a seat, and they're still away. Harris, Mike, not money at all in that at bat. Forrest Wall on the play, headed down to second. So the good news is a base hit now would score the go-ahead run. The bad news is you need a base hit. No longer will a pop-up or anything score the run. First pitch on the way to Murphy. High and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. Standing on deck is Eddie Rosario. They do have the option of pitching around Murphy to get the lefty-lefty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Outside wide, 2-0. I really would think that they would end up choosing to do that. The good thing about Rosario facing Smiley pitches low. He loves to go low, and that is Eddie's sweet spot. The 2-0 pitch. Did he go around? Yep, he went around on a curveball off the plate and out and away, 2-1. On a 2-0 count like that, Murphy's got to be smarter. You got to make him throw a strike. Braves trail 6-5, bottom 8. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. The pitch on the way. Swing and chase that one off the plate. It's 2-2. Might have been a strike, but any way you look at it, it was a pitcher's pitch. The 2-2. I know Murphy knows it, but when you've got the advantage in the count, you should only be swinging at your pitch. The 2-2. Smiley comes set, lets her go. In the dirt, ball 3. That one almost got away. That would have been something if he would have ended up throwing a wild pitch in for the tying run. That is how Olsen got to second and how he got to third. A full count. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Smiley lets her go. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, not very deep. Soft line. Oh, the ball is dropped. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Olsen. He will score. Another run will score. Your Atlanta Braves have taken the lead, baby boy. How about that? I want to see a replay of that. Forrest Wall scores with these. Suzuki called everybody off. You know what? He didn't drop it. He just flat out missed it. He just misjudged it somehow. Almost alligator armed it. How about that? How about that? I feel bad for Yelton. I know he's been pulling for Chicago this whole time, but your Atlanta Braves have taken a 7-6 lead. Lefty-lefty matchup. Eddie Rosario swings at the first pitch. Grounder over to second. That'll end the inning. That's the bad news. The good news is your hot Atlanta Braves have taken a 7-6 lead. Who'd have thunk that? Let's go, Braves country. Eyeglasses coming out the pen.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
What's going on here, guys? All right, Coach. So basically, it was a holding call. But these dudes started me in their fantasy league, which is cool because this dude started our quarterback. But he started our kicker, and I started their defense. So it's kind of a pickle.
Compromising the integrity of this game with your fantasy football leagues? Listen to me. If there was holding, you make that holding call. I don't care if it was on our team or not. I care about this game too much to let you.
Coach, you started their defense too, didn't you? Yeah, you definitely started their defense.
Damn right I did.
Armchair.
My grandfather was a sour old man, and I liked him. He lived with us. But he was out in the backyard throwing a ball when I was a little kid. He's smoking his pipe, and he said, you like baseball? And I said, yeah. He said, what do you play? I said, I'm a shortstop. And he said, that's what I used to play. And I said, you used to play? But a year or so later, I found the local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he had played in 1892, and it said, Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop. And he had 2 hits. And I thought, my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of existence. It's part of our heritage.
taking that sign down. If you're just joining us, Atlanta Braves have completed a 6-run comeback. They were down 6-0 heading to the bottom of the sixth, scored 3 in the sixth, 2 in the seventh, 2 in the eighth, and have taken a 7-6 lead. And eyeglasses, Raziel Iglesias comes in. First pitch on the way from Raziel. The number 3 hitter, Happ, is a strike on the edge. It's 0-1. Nicky Lopez comes in for Orlando Arce, who his pitch ran for. The 0-1 pitch misses outside wide, 1-1. You'd really love to see eyeglasses have some clean innings. The 1-1, change up down, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Change up just misses, ball 3. Happ, Bellinger, and Suzuki do up. The 3-1 swung on, popped up high in the sky, deep into left field, drifting back, making the catch is Eddie Rosario for out number 1. Once again, you look at that replay. Yeah, I don't think he ever touched it. I think he just short-armed it, just misplayed it. First pitch on the way to Cody Bellinger is called for a low strike. We'll take it. It's 0-1. Suzuki, the man that coughed it up the lead, is standing on deck. You never like to see that. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees, intercut. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Inside, almost gets him. That is the last thing you want to do, is hit the batter with the tying run with 2 strikes on him. So an 0-2 count to Bellinger. Suzuki stands on deck. Dansby in the hole. The 1-2 pitch swung on, rifled, foul down the right field line into the dugout. Everyone was ducking down there. It's 1-2. That was a sizzler. Took about 6 guys' head off. The 1-2 pitch swung on, rifled into center field. Bellinger's on for a base hit. And the Cubs still have life. A 1-out single here in the top of the 9th. So that'll bring Suzuki to the plate. Suzuki with an opportunity to make up for his defensive gaffe. He's got a single, a triple, 2 RBI, 20 home runs on the year, 285 average, and 844 OPS. First pitch on the way, 95 on the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, Iglesias comes set, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Standing on deck is Dansby. Man, you couldn't draw it up better in Hollywood than this for Dansby Swanson to be coming to the plate with the game on the line, his first game back in Atlanta. The 0-2 pitch. Inside, 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Suzuki. Bellinger stands on first, representing the tying run. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Yak him. Sit him down, Joe. His fingers is so. There's 2 away. So 2 down, and here comes Dansby Swanson. That's not what you want to hear, but here we are. First pitch on the way to Swanson. Swing and a miss on the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, grounded, foul down the line, third base line. It's 0-2. Bellinger was running on the play. So the Cubs are down to their last strike. You got to keep an eye on Bellinger. He's looking like he may be on the move to get in scoring position, representing the tying run. Dansby Swanson representing the winning run. He is hanging over the plate. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Sit him down, Joe. Yak him. The Atlanta Braves have come all the way back after trailing 6-0 and have won the game 7-6. What an incredible game by your Atlanta Braves. They never gave up. They kept fighting, and this is the kind of win that could propel them into the postseason and get their mojo back. Atlanta Braves win their 101st win of the year, get their 101st win of the year. Brad Handel gets the win, Iglesias the save, Hand the loss. Time to give out the game ball. I guess the game ball's got to go to Bryce Elder right now. I think you got to go. There's a couple ways you could go here. I think I'm going to go ahead. That home run by Acuna really ignited the team. You had a couple other plays that really got the Braves going. It's a toss-up. If y'all want to throw a couple of I'll tell you what we'll do. This is one of those toss-up ones. We're going to go ahead and put a poll up. And y'all just tell us who you think let me put a poll up. I'm going to try to put a poll up because well, for whatever reason, it's not letting me do it tonight. Vote in the chat. Here it is. Here it is. All right, we're going to put a poll up real quick. Y'all vote on your way out. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. And man, oh man alive. I mean, you got to have Acuna there with this home run. That was a big home run that got things going. I think you got to have Ozzie Albies in there with his 2 doubles. I think you got to have, you can go a number of different ways. I think you've got to, that really comes down to those 2, I guess. I'll tell you which one I'm going to put up there. I know who everybody's going to want to vote for. Y'all have a good night, Braves country. We'll see you tomorrow. Suzuki was the guy that dropped the ball. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. We'll see you tomorrow night. 7:20 first pitch. Ho, 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 ho. Magic number is 1 for the National League. And it is 2 for Major League Baseball best record.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Psy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the Key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could but get a whack at that, We'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.